Good morning again, everyone. Good morning again. I'm going to ask a favor. If you happen to have one of those amazing electronic devices in your possession that rings, chirps, quacks, chimes, buzzes very loudly, I'm going to ask you to take out that wonderful device and please put it on mute or silent for the duration of the symposium. If you must take a call, we encourage you to please leave the space. And there will be breaks throughout the course of today where you can then reactivate your device to your favorite chime or bell or ring. But we would appreciate you doing that for us because we are recording the session today, so thank you. So good morning again, everyone, and welcome. My name is Alexia Hudson Ward, and I have the privilege of serving as the Dean of the Library and University Librarian here at Georgetown University. It is truly wonderful to gather with you today for this landmark symposium, New Architecture for Human Rights, Politics, Activism, and the Global Women's Movement. On behalf of the Georgetown University Library and our very esteemed co-sponsor, the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security, I extend our warmest welcome to each of you joining us, whether you are in person here on campus or participating virtually from around the world. We are grateful to have you with us. Before we begin, I would like to offer a special recognition to two library colleagues whose dedication has been essential in bringing today's program to life. Keith Gorman, Associate University Librarian for the Booth Family Center for Special Collections, and Kathleen Scalera, my Executive Assistant. Keith and Kathleen worked tirelessly behind the scenes, ensuring that every detail of today's convening reflects the excellence and care that a topic of this magnitude deserves. I also want to express a heartfelt thanks to the many library and Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security staff members who are supporting this event. Please join me in recognizing their commitment and their efforts. Today's symposium is the result of a powerful series of conversations rooted in urgency, partnership, and purpose. These conversations began with my predecessor, University Librarian Emeriti and former Dean of the Library at Harriet-Hamasi, Ambassador Milan Verveer, and also many other colleagues. For far too long, including Keith Gorman, and together they tackled a critical question, which is how do we ensure that global women's movement, its stories, its labor, its triumphs, and its sacrifices are documented, preserved, and made accessible for generations to come. For far too long, everyone, the history of global women's activism has been fragmented, at risk of being lost, and also under-recorded. Social movements shape nations, transform institutions, and expand boundaries of human possibility, and yet they are often left vulnerable to erasure. Then in 2024, we witnessed a truly extraordinary moment. Mahnaz Afkhami and her team approached Georgetown about the possibility of entrusting her precious archives and the archives of her late husband, the scholar Gholam Reza Afkhami, to our care. Their generous gift provides critical firsthand accounts of Iran's pre-revolutionary history and the evolution of the global feminist thought and activism within that region. This collection is not simply a historical repository. It is, in fact, a beacon, illuminating decades of courage, strategy, international solidarity, and visionary leadership in pursuit of dignity and equality for women everywhere. From this very shared commitment across Mahnaz, Afkhami, the library, and the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security, emerged the idea of today's symposium, a space not only to honor the past, but to also critically engage with the present and to imagine a more equitable future. Our time together reflects several goals, 4 of which are the following. 1, to recognize and honor the extraordinary legacy of Mahnaz Afkhami, a writer, feminist, and global advocate whose work has shaped movements and freedoms across continents. 2, to celebrate the Afkhami collection, an exceptional archival gift that advances Georgetown's mission to preserve knowledge and to elevate voices that have transformed society. 3, to elevate the global imperative to preserve the history of human rights and women's rights movements, ensuring that researchers, students, and activists have the tools to learn from and build upon the work of those who came before us. And 4, to gather a global community of scholars, activists, and policymakers along with students to reflect on the lessons from the past, to confront the realities of the present, and to envision an architecture needed to sustain and advance gender equality worldwide. We are joined today by more than 100 members of our campus and global community. Thank you so much for your expertise, your passion, and your commitment. Please note that today's program is being recorded and will be shared with all invited guests. Like you, I am eagerly looking forward to the conversations ahead, conversations that will challenge us, inspire us, and guide us towards collective action. As we engage together, let us hold in our hearts the importance of memory and the responsibility of institutions like Georgetown University to ensure that history is not only written, but preserved, studied, and carried forward. It is now my honor to welcome a visionary leader, a tireless champion for women globally, a steadfast supporter of our library, and the founding executive director of the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security, Ambassador Milan Vivir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your vision and all that you do to advance human rights and equality from around the world. Please join me on the stage. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you. Excuse me.
Well, many thanks to the Dean for that overly generous introduction. And good morning to all of you gathered here at Georgetown and those joining us virtually around the world. Let me add my welcome to that of hers. We have come together in celebration of the career and legacy of Mahnaz Afkhami. And there is much to celebrate because of her extraordinary achievements in pre-revolutionary Iran, as well as her work on the global platform over many decades in advancing women's rights as human rights. We also celebrate her extraordinary gift to Georgetown and to the world. As you heard from the Dean, it's an exceptional archives relating to Iran's half-century of modernity and change before the Iranian Revolution. It also includes materials relating to her global leadership, her role at the Mexico City and Beijing UN World Conferences, and so many others that catalyze the women's movement around the globe, as well as her work documenting the histories of women leaders from the global South, a network that made major contributions to the women's movement. Yet, despite these extraordinary contributions, Mahnaz, ever the visionary and the activist for impact, wants us to focus on a needed new architecture for human rights, for politics, for activism, and the global women's movement that these times demand, and our panels will make that focus. Today, we are witnessing a concerted authoritarian pushback on women's rights around the world. In many ways, we are at an inflection point as we confront greater international fragility and reversals of progress. We are seeing the international order upended and wars raging at a level not seen since 1946. Nearly 1 in 4 countries reported a backlash against women's progress, with authoritarian rulers nullifying laws to protect women against violence, contracting women's civic space, and powering their attack on women through the weaponization of technology. But before we begin our discussion, a few reflections on Mahnaz and her work. I first met her more than 3 decades ago as we were working on advancing women's progress, particularly during the time of the Beijing Women's Conference, and in terms of the work that the Clinton administration was doing at that time. Her leadership was already widely recognized. She was president of the Sisterhood is Global, an institute, and she founded several international NGOs. Later, she became the founder and president of the Women's Learning Partnership. Her many books were highly influential and have been translated into over a dozen languages. They included titles like Claiming Our Rights, a manual for women's human rights education in Muslim societies. Victory over Violence, ensuring safety for women and girls. Faith and Freedom, women's human rights in the Muslim world, and so many more titles and extraordinary books. Her most recent book is The Other Side of Silence, a memoir of Iran, exile, and the global women's movement, the extraordinary story of her life and times. When the Islamic Revolution began in 1979, Mahnaz was at the United Nations in New York negotiating the establishment of the International Research and Training Institute for the Advancement of Women, known as INSTRA, and later it was merged into UN Women. She learned in absentia that she had been declared an apostate and enemy of the Iranian Revolution, and she has lived in exile since. She rebuilt her life in the United States and joined the international women's rights movement, saying the conditions women have in common outrank and outvalue any that set them apart. She also went on to become an architect of the women's movement in the Global South. A few years ago, we at Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security wanted to focus on the rights of women in Iran. We, of course, consulted with Mahnaz. The history of Iranian women's longtime struggle for their rights was little known in the West, even though, as she has written, the seeds of Iranian women's liberation were planted decades ago. In 1966, for example, the Women's Organization of Iran, one of the most influential and powerful national women's organizations in the world, would influence Iran's leadership at the 1968 UN International Human Rights Conference. Mahnaz, as the first and only Minister for Women's Affairs in Iran, played a key role in the passage of a progressive family law reform. And to this day, it is one of the most progressive and comprehensive in the Middle East and in much of the world. However, when Khomeini came to power, his very first decree was to nullify the family protection law and to inaugurate many repressive measures against women, banning them from jobs, mandating compulsory veiling, and so much more. And to this day, the repression of women in Iran continues. Iran went from being at the forefront of women's rights in the Middle East to being ranked one of the worst countries in the world on gender equality. Yet the women of Iran have persevered. They inaugurated the 1 million signatures campaign in 2006, which Mahnaz publicly supported, a campaign to end discriminatory laws against women. They led efforts for employment opportunities and for fair elections and so much more. Women in Iran have been and continue to be on the front lines of change. They are fighting for freedom and equality and a brighter future at great personal risk. The ongoing Women, Life, Freedom movement is an example of their continuing persistence, mobilization, and demand for change. And their voices have been amplified across the world despite pushback and punishment, despite threats and barriers imposed to undermine their rights. They are some of the most courageous women in the world today. And Mahnaz has implored us to continue solidarity with them, to support democracy and equal rights for all. In 2019, we at the Georgetown Institute honored Mahnaz with our Global Trailblazer Award for her exceptional contribution to advancing human rights and women's rights in Iran and around the world. Let us now welcome a true global trailblazer, Mahnaz Afkhami. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What an amazing gathering for one, one ordinary person, I mean, I really am so pleased and so happy to be with all these wonderful people who have, many of them have had a great part in our work, of all the groups who have worked with us. And it's just an amazing opportunity. I just wanted to thank Milan and our new dean, whom I'm really very pleased to meet today for the first time, and looking forward to all that we can do together. But right now, I just wanted to thank you all and just talk about, just briefly mention to you that because the conversation that I was supposed to have with Christiane was not possible because of her travels and all of that, so we did a little piece of work that you will see. But Christiane, I wanted to mention to you, is an extraordinary human being and a very exceptional woman. And we just take her for granted as a journalist. She's so much more than that. And she's such a exceptional person who has every possibility. She called me in it, you'll see it, called me Shirzan, which means a lioness or a woman lion or whatever. And I, of course, returned the compliment. But she really is an exceptional newspaper person and journalist. And she's someone who does not work with what is profitable or what is everybody's interest. She does from the bottom of her heart what she needs to say and do for people. And of course, she loves Iran very much, her home. So I just wanted to say my own long-term gratitude for all that she has done and all the recognition she has gotten before you see this. This, of course, is just an ordinary thing for her, but for me, it is a wonderful
work to do together. And should I just come down? Yeah? Down? Me down? Milan has always guided my movements and when, what, and has been wonderful. So I will leave this now, and I think later you will have a video by Kumi Naidu. And I just wanted to mention that to you, that Kumi Naidu, many of you may know and many of you may not know, he is an extraordinary human rights activist. And he has started from his home in Africa and has actually been the head of or the manager of every human rights entity that you might know. And he's still at it very, very strongly. And he's one of the things that, one of the people that has convinced me that we really have to work with men. And he is one person that is a perfect model, but there are plenty of them right here, you know, we know. If we work with each other, men and women, I think we have a hugely more positive result than we can have just on our own. So thank you for that, and thank you everybody who has worked so hard to make this archive available or becoming available. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Mahnaz Afkhami, it is a great pleasure to talk to you at this Georgetown event that's honoring you. You're there. I'm in London as we make this recording for the event. So I want to start by asking you, you're a rare species indeed, a rare bird, an Iranian feminist from 50 years ago or more. What and who were the biggest influences on you and on your work as a feminist in Iran?
There were so many people, I can't even begin. But if I go to my own personal, the impact on me personally, I have to go way back to my childhood and my two grandmothers who were really perfect examples for me. One of them very brave and courageous and trying new things and not fearing anything, and turning to become a Baha'i in a place where it wasn't safe at that time, and she had to be divorced because of that, and start her own entrepreneurial tailoring business. The other one, a very settled and very careful kind of a lady, a princess, and she was extremely polite and slow to make decisions and careful about her audience. So the two of them gave two kinds of reaction to the world that I had to live in later on. And I always remember both or one or the other, depending on the circumstances. So I think all along in my life, those two women from almost 100 years ago, who were really the best influences for me. But of course, my whole life has been full of people with extraordinary intelligence and commitment and help.
So, Mahnaz, I think many people who look at the Muslim world, particularly who look at Iran or the Arab world, they see a patriarchy, especially in the last few decades in Iran under the Islamic Republic. But they say, oh, yeah, women are really strong. They're strong in their household. They tell the family what to do. They're really governing it. But outside, they do not have their rights. What was it like, just to set the scene, before the Islamic Revolution in Iran, under the Shah, in your time? What was it like for women then? This is before you became the minister that you became. Just what was it like for women?
Well, actually, I was lucky enough to come to the work scene in Iran at a time when there was both a certain amount of progress. There were 60,000 young people who were sent through the government help to the rest of the world to study, the European and American mostly, and they were getting very high education. And then there was also this one significant thing that was totally agreed by the government and people who worked within it, and that was getting a modernity, seeing what's new in the world and what's helpful, and they really believed in that. And I think that it made it easier to bring in issues about women, and in a way that would be acceptable and would show that this is not just a gender idea, it is basically how to be a modern state. Mm-hmm. So that helped a great deal, and we kept getting people back from the studies in Europe and elsewhere, and they were so talented and so intelligent and so full of courage and wanting to bring change, and that helped a great deal.
Let's just fast forward to the 70s when you were appointed by the Shah Minister of Women's Affairs. How did you feel? I mean, the obvious question many women in the audience will identify with, being the only woman in the room, being the only female cabinet minister amongst 20 other men. What was the reaction from those men and from society at large?
Well, it was strange because I was one of two women in the world who had that position, Françoise Giroud from France, and she had come to Iran just a few months before, and she didn't really know what was this business of Minister of Women. But that was the difficult part. But the good part was that we were open because there was no way to follow. There was no particular agenda. So we could go ahead and see what's the best thing to do. And what's the best thing to do turned out to be something that we got from the people themselves. Because in order to find out what is to be done, we had to go to different parts of Iran and talk to people in factories, in schools, in all sorts of areas to see what it is that they want. And that's something that was very helpful and became the actual most important, basically, thinking of our work throughout the years. Mm-hmm. That is, not going with a particular idea or set of rules to people, but to go and see what is it they want, and to work with that. Mm-hmm. Not go from theory to action, but to go from action to theory. Yeah. And that helped a great deal.
Yeah, and I think the way you put it is you went from grassroots to national rather than from top down when you were, leading the women's organization of Iran. So what were you hearing in the villages, in the towns, in mosques and schools and conservative women's households and the more educated, more urban women of Tehran? And what you were hearing, did you think there was a general consensus, or were some women, completely wanting something much more progressive, other women just wanting the basic right to leave their house? What were you hearing?
Well, there were different types of needs in different groups, but we started with the ordinary people, with the grassroots. And for instance, my whole idea at the beginning was law, that the laws have to change, which was true. We really needed to change the laws. But whenever we went to a factory and talked to people and asked them, how about changing the divorce law or other ideas, they kept talking about how they need money, they need skills building. And more and more we realize that what they want, and it's really true in almost everywhere, that you have to be able to support yourself, you have to be able to support your family or help support your family. And if you don't have that, anything else is sort of a side issue. Mm-hmm. And of course, that's what we changed our whole approach, that we should focus on ordinary people, the people who need most to get change, and also to do it in a way that is helpful to their situation. So not from theory to action, but from action and understanding of needs to theory.
Okay.
And that's how we changed everything.
Okay, so that led, your lobbying efforts, your work led to the 1975 passage of the Family Protection Law, increased the safeguards of women's rights in Iran. What specifically can you tell us? I mean, you mentioned, I think you mentioned, anyway, there's certain laws that women just simply didn't benefit from in divorce, in custody, in inheritance. What did you actually change for women with that 1975 law?
Well, there were a series of things, and they were worked on at different speeds and on different times and so forth. And for instance, the laws that changed would be, some of them would be interconnected, like the ones related to the family. Some of them related to other things, like the right for women to travel without the husband's permission, or simple things like that. And all of this took time and took a lot of hard work and a lot of convincing the people in the government. Some of it was just habit and the way they had been brought up or learned. But some of it was really had to be worked with very carefully. And I think that what was interesting was for us not to do some of the things that were done in the West, and many of us were trained in the West, and that is to try to teach men how to think, because it's not easy. It's easier to connect to them and see what their needs are. And I'm talking about now the cabinet, for instance. Mm-hmm. For instance, the Minister of Agriculture, when we brought a suggestion that we would have women, and then our suggestions were very modern, you know. Women had started working and at every level, and we brought a suggestion to the cabinet that women who had babies who were workers, they would get something like half of their time would be paid to them. They could work part-time, but then get full salary, while their children were being taken care of until they are about 3 years old. And this, of course, was very odd to the Minister of Agriculture, for instance, because he was the one we were most involved with for this particular kind of labor and work. And he said, well, look, this is going to change the whole situation. We have to have so many people come and replace these people while they are taking time off for their children and so forth. But finally he agreed, and of course he did it with a kind of a joke, because he turned around in a cabinet of 20, as you mentioned, saying, well, I'll go along with this, but I have to tell you, if we listen to our colleague, the female colleague, what will happen is pretty soon she will take all of the women home and send them a check every month, which was a joke, but basically he was warning that we have to be careful about how fast we work. But the laws that we were able to pass are still unique in the world. Even a place like the United States doesn't have any of what we had. Childcare on the premises of the workplace, part-time work, as I mentioned, all sorts of support for women working, and also very, very much focus on the idea of making women skilled in whatever it was they were trying to do.
Skilled.
So it wouldn't be just skills.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
To teach them, to educate them,
Okay.
so to speak. And so all of that was very important, and the laws were extremely advanced, you know.
Well, it's really interesting hearing you talk about the laws, because that's really what matters. You know, the framework of law and rule of law are to protect any citizen, especially women in these societies, and frankly in every society. So I want to ask you, because we're now talking about your time before the Islamic Revolution under the Shah, and he appeared to be an emancipated kind of guy. If he wanted a ministry of women, he had a very powerful twin sister, Princess Ashraf, who I think was on the side of women's empowerment, and his wife, the Empress Farah, as well. But as soon as the Islamic Republic came into being, the very fundamentalist, conservative, and we've seen it elsewhere, whether it's Iran, Afghanistan, whether it's Poland, whether, God forbid, it's the United States of America, certain political and social convictions go straight for the women and for women's rights. What happened? What was the first thing Ayatollah Khomeini's regime did when they came to power, having promised, I remember this, in their slogans, oh, it's going to be democratic, oh, women will have their rights, all of that nonsense. Did the ministry survive the revolution?
No, not at all. You know, I was in the United States, and I was trying to sign an agreement in the United States with the UN to set up this most extraordinary entity that was for women across the world, and it was for education and for skills building and childcare and everything else. By the time that I signed and was ready to go home, they told me, you can't come home, because I was known during the first, statements of the Ayatollah that I was, he called it warrior with God, and so I couldn't go because I would have been definitely killed immediately. So this was the way that the Ayatollah acted. But the first thing that he did when he came to the country was he stopped the laws, all of the laws that we had passed. So that was all set aside. And and then he started bringing other things that he was interested in. He was very smart in terms of how he presented himself and the people he chose when he was in France. And our government was pretty not, used to this type of thing, to this kind of presentation that was total lies and so forth. So they didn't do anything, there was every opportunity by people, both Europeans and the Middle Easterners, to stop the Ayatollah, not let him to even return to Iran. But the government did not accept that, and they let him come. And that's, he went and did whatever he meant to give. But again, the first group in Iran who started the demonstrations against Khomeini were women. And it was the 8th of March, and he came in February, And so they were the first ones. It took the men a little bit longer because they had less under pressure and less that they thought they needed to think about. But they just somehow didn't get it. The women immediately realized that this was not what needs to be done.
Yeah, because he insisted that they go under the hijab and the chador, the whole body covering, immediately, having said that was not going to be an edict. So yeah, I mean, he tricked the women of Iran. What happened then to you? Because you were stuck outside, you couldn't go back, you had to create a whole new life of just living in the United States and also of continuing your activism. How were you able to pull that together in the years after the revolution and get established in a similar line of work in the US?
Well, it was hugely difficult, I mean, I later wrote a book on women in exile, talking about women from other countries who had the same experience. We all had terrible experiences. It's mind-boggling how exile, not choosing to go to some other country, but exile, forced exile, is something that really destroys the roots of your life. You know, you don't know who you are. You don't know what you're going to do, and you have to start all over again. And of course, I was lucky because as a young woman, very young woman, I studied in America. But others were even worse, who didn't speak the language or other ideas. But you have to start all over again, and then the kind of talk about what Iran had been like, the kind of discussions which were total falsehood and had nothing to do with what was done in Iran. And it was just lies and extraordinarily strange lies. But nevertheless, people, especially outside, believed it. So unfortunately, since they had also taken about 100 Americans and the embassy and their lives were in danger, the media also here tried to give them the chance to talk and maybe make it easier for them, or somehow allowed for the freedom of the Americans who were taken there. So that was the most painful thing, the lies about Iran, the lies about our lives, the lies about the cruelty that was going on in Iran, which was all basically completely off the reality. And so it was painful on both sides. I was lucky to get a couple of very, brave feminists in America who started to try to help me, and it was very helpful. I was not quite on the same line of work or line of thinking as they were, but in many areas I was, and so that helped. I got to write a chapter about Iran in the book that Robin Morgan was creating, and there were 70 writers from across the world, women who wrote this. And later we decided to make an organization in that name, and that was very helpful, and we gave the idea of being able to continue on some of the things that I had learned in Iran and had been successful, and of course creating the Foundation for Iranian Studies. Yeah. And of course, the first thing that happened is the morning when I heard that I couldn't go back to Iran, the first thing that I thought about was, what about all these things that we have worked with and created and that are there? Papers, films, music, interviews, all these huge amount of material that is there that I had left behind. So from then on, I started thinking that we have to get the history. We have to have that history, especially since we're facing such falsehoods, such horrific nonsense about the country, and how even in America, everybody just believed it. I mean, for instance, one of the things is that they thought that I was under the Shah's orders or did whatever he did. He had so much to think about it. There was nothing that he had anything to do with my work. I had no contact with him. I had no connection with him. I was working on the National Organization for Women, The thing that helped me was that this idea of modernity and the idea of making things be better and easier for people. And so far as I was doing that, nobody had anything to say to me. Yep. And the other thing was that he was okay with us connecting to other countries. For instance, at that time, China was bright, new. There was hardly any contact with the world. And we were the first people to go to China and try to see what they did, with women in a country like that. Just as we went to Russia and thought the same thing, and then to other countries. And of course, the West was constantly in connection with us. So learning from others, seeing what they're doing, what even very different outlooks are moving positively in some directions.
Yeah, Mahnaz, so let me hold you for a second, because talking about the papers, you have obviously decided to secure a permanent location in the United States for you and your late husband's personal archives, and the archives of the Foundation for Iranian Studies and Women's Learning Partnership. So that's good. But I want to start to bring this to a close by asking you about something you wrote about in your memoir, and that is called The Other Side of Silence, a memoir of exile Iran and the global women's movement. You remember fondly President Eisenhower's farewell address, and that might seem a little, dissonant, really. Why? I mean, why a military man? Why the President of the United States and that particular one? What was it about his farewell address that you thought was so relevant?
Well, thank you for asking, Christiane, because I always think that this is so important to see that even military men who have spent their lives in wars, which he had, and so forth, can be of such extraordinary knowledge and give us such fantastic advice. What he talked about was that for the first time during his after his term in office, that America was become sort of a military industrial country, and there was so much money and so much focus and so much secrecy spent on military action. And that was, he thought, and I think it was proved to be perfectly correct, that what happens in the United States is really very, very negative for people. That creating wars, creating situations of exchange of all kinds of material for battle, it's such a horrific thing, such a useless thing. There are so many examples of it, and his own goodbye statement, which I've quoted much of it in my book, it says the most truth about what it does to us, and it has done to us. Things have become worse and worse all the time. I really think that one of the things that we want to think about now especially is not only learn from Eisenhower, but learn from other men what it is that they are doing which is positive, which is humane, which is good for the betterment of the world and the earth. And I think that we should do this with men. We should put aside these pull and push and fighting that women and men have created for themselves. It's true that there are things that have been done to women that are unfair, especially in the past. But at the same time, if we're going to change in the way that Eisenhower mentioned, and many wise people, men and women, will recommend, we have to really sit together, work together, men and women, to create a structure, an architecture for working together to make a better world. It's not everywhere in the world the situation of women under patriarchy is the same. Their clothes are different, some habits of culture are different, and so forth, but the rest is all the same. And not only it starts in the family, going all the way up, but it also connects actually the community, the decision-making, all of the things about how things get done in the world. And if we want to do something about that, we have to work with men under the circumstances that we have now, terrible on one hand and very positive on the other. So we should work together to see how we can make our world a livable and pleasant place.
Okay.
Structure of the human rights.
So let me ask you finally then, given that, and many people will agree with you that we need our male allies as women to form a really positive world community. But I want to ask you, what do you think is your, very briefly to sum up, if you can, what do you think your main accomplishment has been after a long life of activism and really moving from one culture all the way to the other culture and having a really global vision?
Honestly, I hardly think that there was anything that I personally had a unique role in. But what I think that I learned, which was very helpful, was working with people and listening to people, which is the exact opposite of how a patriarchy is shaped, top to bottom, and no serious conversation. I think what helped me was that I learned from the very first time that I started working with people that we learn from each other, and we should listen to each other. And if we make decisions, the decisions should be on the basis of what we learn from each other and put into action. Mm-hmm. And I think that was the most important thing that I learned, and very early in my career. And it's always helped me. It's always been a fantastic support and the strength and feeling that there is so much help, around the world. Okay. Everybody wants these things and will help with it. And so that's my thing is I think that's my luck, good luck, is to learn how to work with other people and learn from them. And they're generous, and it's wonderful, and I am very happy with the opportunities that I've had.
Well, words of wisdom, and thank you and congratulations on this amazing event at Georgetown University. And Mahnaz Afkhami, it's been a pleasure, as one Iranian woman to another, to be able to take part in this celebration. So congratulations. You are what they say, a shir zan. Let everybody else figure out what that is. Bye.
From one shir zan to another. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christian. Thank you.
What a remarkable story, remarkable history, lessons for the future for sure. We're going to take a brief break now. There's coffee, tea, some things to nosh on, restrooms at the top of the steps to the left, and we'll be back shortly for the first panel discussion.
Somebody drank one, but no, there's two left.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could make your way back to your seats, our program will resume momentarily. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could, please find your way back to your seats. The program is about to resume. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel is about to begin. Please find your way to your seats.
I need Sanam to come up. Okay. Okay, please take your seats. We are starting. Sanam, I think oh, it's okay. All right. Okay, welcome. Thank you all for coming to the symposium today and to this morning's panel, Global Solidarity and the Transnational Women's Movement. I'm Kelly Shannon. I'm your moderator for this panel, and please forgive my cold. I might be sniffling throughout the panel, but I'll do my best. I am a historian of modern Iran, U.S. foreign relations, and the global women's movement. I'm currently a visiting scholar at the Institute for Middle East Studies at George Washington University. And I had the great pleasure of meeting Mahnaz Afkhami many years ago when I was doing research for my first book, when she very graciously allowed me to interview her for that project. That encounter then led to my having the privilege of getting to collaborate with Mahnaz and her organization, Women's Learning Partnership, over the past several years. And that collaboration included helping Mahnaz bring her wonderful collection here to Georgetown last year. So I'm thrilled that the collection has a home here, that it will be available to researchers, students, and activists worldwide, and that we all have the chance to celebrate the collection and Mahnaz's life and work here today, and think about how we can build on the legacy that she has left us for the human rights movement. The theme of this panel is the transnational women's movement, in which Mahnaz has been a major leader for many decades. Civil society organizations, cross-border solidarities, and women's transnational organizing have been critical to enabling activists to advance women's human rights worldwide. Many organizations that Mahnaz Afkhami founded and or led over the course of her career supported this work, from the Women's Organization of Iran in the 1970s to the Foundation for Iranian Studies, Sisterhood is Global Institute, and Women's Learning Partnership from the 1980s through the present. Meanwhile, simultaneous transnational collaboration at both the grassroots and the international and intergovernmental levels has been one hallmark of Afkhami's and her organization's approach to human rights activism. Today's panelists have experience and expertise in advocating for human rights globally and with transnational organizing, and they all have connections to Mahnaz Afkhami and to the human rights work documented in her collection. I think we're in for a very rich conversation, especially because Mahnaz has built the most incredible network of passionate, dedicated, and impactful men and women worldwide, and we'll see some of that network on display here today. But before we get into our panel discussion, one member of that network has sent us special greetings from afar, and so there is a video message that Kumi Naidu would like to share with us. Kumi Naidu is a South African human rights activist and environmental justice activist. He was the first person from the Global South to lead Greenpeace International from 2009 to 2015, and he was Secretary General of Amnesty International from 2018 to 2020. He is currently president of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, a joint diplomatic and civil society campaign to create a treaty to stop fossil fuel exploration and expansion and phase out existing production in line with the targets of the Paris Climate Agreement. His family has started the Ricky Rick Foundation for the promotion of artivism to build on the positive legacies left by the popular South African rapper Ricky Rick Machado through his music and life's work. Through this foundation, Naidu co-founded the Global Energizing Artivism Initiative. So with that, we would like to play his video message for you.
Dear friends and colleagues, I send you warm greetings from Salvador Bahia, Brazil, where I'm attending the second Global Artivism convening, a gathering that in many ways embodies the spirit of Mahnaz Afkhami. She has stood for these values all her life, the power of art, activism, and solidarity to transform the world we live in. I'm deeply sorry that I cannot be with you in person for this beautiful celebration of Mahnaz's life and legacy, but I could not let this day pass without adding my voice to those honoring a woman who has been, for so many of us, both a compass and a mirror, showing us not only the way forward, but also what is required of our own courage. Mahnaz's story is one of extraordinary resilience, a life that bridges continents, movements, moments, and generations. From Iran to the world, she has taught us that exile need not mean silence, that even when forced from home, one can build new homes in the hearts and struggles of others. A vision articulated so powerfully in The Other Side of Silence and the World We Seek is not merely about equality between women and men. It is about reimagining the entire architecture of human relationships. She understood that patriarchy is not just about gender. It's a system of domination that has shaped how we relate to power, to each other, and to the planet itself. In that sense, Mahnaz has always been a system thinker long before the term became fashionable. Seeing that the fight for women's rights, human rights, and environmental rights are all chapters of the same unfinished story. Friends, we meet at a moment when humanity is facing a perfect storm. Some call it a boiling point, some call it a convergence of crises, some call it a policy crisis, polycrisis. But of course, what is very clear, we are at a critical crossroads. Our planet is burning, our democracies are under siege, inequality is rising. We see an unbelievable genocide against the Palestinian people happening in real time. And the global multilateral system that we hoped would stop these levels of violence seems incapable to do so, because some of the most powerful countries in the world have opted to undermine that system. And yet, as Mahnaz reminds us, despair is a luxury we cannot afford. In fact, in the moment of history that we find ourselves, pessimism is a luxury we simply cannot afford. And the pessimism that justifiably emerges from our analysis, our lived experiences, and our observations can, must, and should be responded to by the optimism of our thought, our action, our creativity, our courage, and our sense of humanity. In her words, there is no savior except ourselves. It is up to us, women and men acting together, to reject the cultures of greed and aggression that have brought us here, and to model a different way of being, one grounded in care, compassion, and interdependence. This is precisely what our movements must now do, to move beyond equality towards genuine partnership, mutual learning, and shared leadership. Because if our activism reproduces the same hierarchies we claim to resist, then we are only rearranging the furniture on a sinking ship. I have often said that the most radical thing we can do is to care. Deeply, relentlessly, and inconveniently. That too is what Mahnaz's life teaches us. She built bridges across divides between East and West, between the academy and the street, between generations of feminists who did not always agree, but who shared a longing for justice. In my own journey, from the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa to the fight for climate justice today, I have seen how women like Mahnaz have always been the quiet architects of possibility, designing blueprints and a fairer world long before the rest of us even imagined it. So today, as we celebrate Mahnaz's life and legacy, let us also commit ourselves to her unfinished project, to build a new architecture for human rights, one that is intersectional, inclusive, and infused with love. Let us remember that hope is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. And in that spirit of Mahnaz, let us act, not as victims of history, but as its authors. Mahnaz, thank you for your courage, your wisdom, and your insistence that another way of living and loving is possible. From all of us in the various global struggles for justice that I am part of, we salute you, we celebrate you, and we continue your work. Thank you so much, Mahnaz, for all that you have done, and I wish you a special day and look forward to working with you as we continue to push for these demands for a more fair and just world, remembering always that the struggle for justice is a marathon and not a sprint. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
You can see why he's one of the men that made Mahnaz decide that women and men should work together. And I think Kumi's video laid out a lot of the important themes that we want to highlight today. But I'd like to turn now to our distinguished panelists, Azar Nafisi, Hafsa Abiola, Karima Benoon, and Sanam Naragi Anderlini. Azar Nafisi, you probably know, is critically acclaimed author of Reading Lolita in Tehran, Things I've Been Silent About, The Republic of Imagination, That Other World, and most recently, Reading Dangerously. This year, Reading Lolita in Tehran was adapted into a film directed by Aaron Riklis and has been shown in the US and several European countries. In addition, Nafisi has penned pieces for the New York Times, Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, among other outlets, and she has published several book introductions and forewords. Dr. Nafisi's books explore totalitarian mindsets, the power of fiction and imagination, and engage with personal memories from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Nafisi was born in Tehran, Iran, and received her PhD from the University of Oklahoma. She returned to Iran as an English literature professor during the Iranian Revolution. She was later expelled for refusing to wear a mandatory Islamic covering, and in 1997, she became a fellow at the School for Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins, and later here at Georgetown. Nafisi has won many awards, including the Cristobal Gabaron Foundation International Thought and Humanities Award, the 2015 Benjamin Franklin Creativity Laureate Award, and several honorary doctorates. A committed humanist, Hafsat Abiola is co-founder of the Global South and the Global South lead for Project Dandelion, a woman-led campaign for climate justice. She is also deeply engaged in building an ecosystem for those working on the emergence of an egalitarian, just global system, including through board positions at Women in Africa Philanthropy, an initiative enabling the economic contribution of African women, and at Women's Learning Partnership, a partnership of 20 autonomous women's organizations from the Global South that promotes women's leadership and human rights, and of course is one of the organizations that Mahnaz Afkhami founded and led. An economist educated at Harvard and Tsinghua, a pro-democracy activist who lost both parents to her country, Nigeria's democracy struggle, and a former member of her state's cabinet in charge of the MDGs and trade and investment portfolios, Hafsat Abiola is the recipient of several global and national awards, including the Vital Voices Global Leadership Award and the Goy Peace Foundation Prize in 2016, the Freedom Award by the U.S. National Civil Rights Museum in 2019, the Prize for Human Rights by the Forum de Bamako in 2021, and the European Women's International Leadership Award in 2022. Karima Banoun is the Louis M. Symes Professor of Law at the University of Michigan Law School. She served as the UN Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights from 2015 to 2021. Banoun was also appointed as an expert for the International Criminal Court in 2017 during the reparations phase of the groundbreaking case, the Prosecutor versus Ahmad al-Faqih al-Mahdi, concerning intentional destruction of cultural heritage sites in Mali. A former legal advisor for Amnesty International, she has carried out human rights missions in most countries of the world. Professor Banoun is the author of The International Obligation to Counter Gender Apartheid in Afghanistan, which appeared in the Columbia Human Rights Law Review in December 2022, and has been translated into Persian by the Afghanistan Institute for Strategic Studies. In September 2023, she spoke to the UN Security Council about gender apartheid in Afghanistan. Her book, Your Fatwa Does Not Apply Here, recounts the stories of people of Muslim heritage around the world who have battled extremism, including Mahnaz Afkhami, and that won the 2014 Dayton Literary Peace Prize. Finally, Sanam Naraghi Anderlini, MBE, is an Iranian, British-American peace builder, scholar, and leading architect of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. She is the founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network, or ICANN, spearheading the Women's Alliance for Security Leadership, which is comprised of over 85 women-led peace organizations in 42 conflict-afflicted countries. At ICANN, she also established the Innovative Peace Fund, the only independent multi-donor fund dedicated to women-led peace organizations, which has dispersed over £10 million to date. She has worked globally on crises and violent extremism. In 2011, she was appointed as the first senior expert on gender and inclusion with the UN's mediation standby team, and she has advised governments and trained hundreds of UN and national officials on implementing the Women, Peace, and Security agenda, from Somalia and Syria to Afghanistan and Nepal. Her work bridges practice and research. Author of Women Building Peace, What They Do, Why It Matters, she has taught at Columbia, Georgetown, and the London School of Economics, and is a fellow at the Robert Bosch Academy in Berlin. Currently, she focuses on humanizing security and fostering pluralism amid rising militarism. Sanam Naraghi Anderlini was a founding member of the Commonwealth Women Mediators Network, and in 2025 was appointed to the Women Transforming Global Security Network, led by former President of Ireland, Mary Robinson. Her media appearances include the BBC and CNN, and she is currently hosting the podcast, If You Were in Charge. In 2020, she was awarded an MBE for her contributions to international peace building and women's rights from Queen Elizabeth II. And her identical twin daughters are now 24 years old and have taken it after their mother because they are currently working on climate and environmental issues. Right, so thank you all for coming. I am going to ask a series of questions to our panelists, and then we'll have time for Q&A towards the end. And I'm starting with Azar Nafisi. Azar, you've known Mahnaz the longest of any of us on this panel. And I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about how Mahnaz and her organizations impacted your work while you were in Iran after the revolution. And could you also tell us your thoughts about how being exiled influenced Mahnaz's approach to women's human rights activism?
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. And do you hear, is this on? Yeah, okay. I can hear myself, and that worries me. Well, you know, this is the kind of event where miracles can happen, you know. And since that is what the spirit of this meeting is, I thought we should turn water into wine. And Mahnaz, and honored to be talking to you all, and honored to be talking about Mahnaz. I've been thinking about what can I say? There's so many dimensions to her. And then I realized that I know something you guys don't know. And I want to talk to you more about the personal side of Mahnaz. The Mahnaz you don't see in meetings, but you see at her home and things like that. And by the way, we should give our acknowledgement to Mahnaz's family. They're all here today. Well, Mahnaz and I do go a long way. First of all, we're related to one another. Now it's out, everybody knows. We're related. Mahnaz's mom was a Nafisi, and my parents, both of them were Nafisis, which becomes very problematic. Mahnaz's maiden name, last name, is Ibrahimi. And Mahnaz constantly reminds me that Ibrahimis know how to have fun. Nafisis are very somber and, you know, always carry a book. And she is balanced because she's both an Ibrahimi and a Nafisi. I'm the one here who's problematic because you're not going to have much fun with me. And I was going to talk, she mentioned her grandchildren, not her grandchildren, although they're here as well, she mentioned her two grandmothers. Now, one thing about Mahnaz's family, what we knew about them was these women. And the kind of women they were, and she are best targets for the Islamic Republic, because any totalitarian society that comes into being, the first targets, the first attacks are on women, minorities, and culture. And Mahnaz has all of them. Her grandmother was a Baha'i, and if you know, Baha'is are the most persecuted minority in Iran, and so brave, so many decades ago. And her mother, after her divorce from her husband, at a very young age, comes to America. So she lived in luxury, and she gives that up and becomes even a waitress for a while, and learns then how to teach the military here in America, how to teach them Farsi, how to offer those. She was beautiful, inside and out. And then my childhood best friend, Mahnaz's sister Farah, I can't talk about Farah. But then, I'm sorry, and then there was also Ghulam Reza, her husband. And they're not here, but their spirit is here. They are with us in our hearts and in our spirit. And so, my God, I have to, I'm sorry. Could you tell me off if I talk too much? Sure. Okay, thank you. So, anyway, with Mahnaz, I didn't get to see her until after the revolution. Farah and I were childhood friends, and I saw her a lot, but Mahnaz very soon left for America to study there. So, and then I went to England and America, and she became a minister. I was one of those protesters who would say, down with CIA, down with the Shah. And no knowledge, but a lot of aggressiveness. I was very curious after the revolution about Mahnaz. What kind of a person is she, that she has the honor of being on Islamic Republic's blacklist? That takes a lot of gumption, you know. And why is it that a woman whose only weapon are her passion, who doesn't have the military behind her, who doesn't have, why is it that she's so dangerous to some of the most powerful men on earth that they want her erased? Physically erased and erased from from life, you know. Why is it that way? Because if tomorrow Mahnaz gets on the plane and goes to Iran the way she is now, she will be, it will indicate that Ayatollah Khomeini's Islamic Republic is gone. Women, the more visible women become, the more invisible the regime becomes. And if tomorrow the kind of women that you are and that Mahnaz has worked with, if you tomorrow walk down the streets of Tehran without your veil and without being harassed, that means that the regime has changed. Women are dangerous just by being women and doing nothing else. And Mahnaz has done a lot, at least for me and with me. When I came to, first time I came to United States, I was invited to a conference on Sadiq Hedayat, and I heard that Mahnaz is going to be there. And I was very curious to know what kind of a Mahnaz is she, you know. And we somehow clicked and became, I don't know when we became friends, but from the very first, I felt a sort of kith and kin, that we shared the same passion. And so she invited me to many of her conferences, and there is an anecdote. She reminds me that every time I came here, I would badmouth the Islamic Republic and say nasty things. And then on the night I'm leaving, I say, oh God, they're gonna get me at the airport. What am I gonna do about it? And Mahnaz, one night, we were both sitting at the dining room table, and I kept telling her, they're gonna get me at the airport. And Mahnaz would say, no, they're not. And we would go on like that, you know. But we had our moments of fun when Ghulam Reza, Mahnaz, Hamid, And sometimes their guests, someone like Dariush Shayegan, we will all gather there. And do you know what we did? Did we talk politics? We read poetry to one another. And I remember all those faces now gone, and in that dining room. And then I remember that Mahnaz and I also shared tears when she invited me to go to Berlin. And one day we got a tour of the city. And I turned around. I was, oh, okay, how long? Okay. So I'll cut it here and say that one thing that I wanted to say was at one point I decided to quit university altogether. And what I dreamt of was to have a class of my own, something that I had created, that nobody told me you should not be this way or that way. And I'll make it according to my own principles and values. And in Iran, a lot of people were saying, this is crazy, this is idealistic, who cares, about you guys reading Lolita. I was very depressed about this. And I talked to Mahnaz, and you know what she did? She perked up, and all of a sudden a project comes to her mind. And she said, go for it. Go for it and do it. And she tried to help me with a grant to be able to go for it. And I just wanted to thank you for your patience.
Well, and because of that, here you are, right? You had that class and then you wrote the book, and I think Mahnaz helped you come to the United States. So yeah, it's a wonderful story. I do have one more question for you. So your book, Reading Lolita in Tehran, helped raise global consciousness about Iran and the struggles of Iranian women. And you've also written extensively, not only in that book, but in your others, especially The Republic of Imagination and Read Dangerously, about the importance of people's freedom to read and the political function of culture. Likewise, the Foundation for Iranian Studies, which was co-founded by Mahnaz and Gholam Reza Afkhami, also emphasized culture and history. So in what ways can writing and reading books like yours and cultural production in general help advance the global movement for human rights?
Well, with Mahnaz, I remember again of an anecdote. When I was, every time I left Iran, my mother would come to me and say, tell them, tell them. What she meant was tell them about how they're treating us here. Because the totalitarian mindset, the first thing that they do is tell you that the world doesn't care about you, that you're forgotten, that what we say is what they hear. And you need to have a counter narrative. They confiscate your history, they confiscate your identity, and try to turn you into a figment of their imagination. And with Mahnaz, the reason I'm so in love with the Foundation for Iranian Studies is that it went the opposite direction to the regime, but without becoming like the regime. So many today in the movement, they become like the ones that they want to defeat. But Foundation for Iranian Studies brought to the world and to Iran what the Islamic Republic had confiscated from them. And I want to end this by saying that with Mahnaz, one of the things I kept thinking is that how is she going to survive in exile? Will she survive? And my answer became yes, because she has, you know, everything that we love, everything material, our home, our place of work, it can be taken away from us at the drop of an eyelid. Life is fickle. What remains is the passion. And Mahnaz had that passion. Whether she was in Tehran or whether she is in Washington, she would follow that. And that is what I hope, you know, I want to talk about the Foundation for Iranian Studies. It's so good, Babak-Jan, to see you sitting there.
Well, thank you so much. So I'd like to turn to Hafsat now. Hafsat, you're involved with Mahnaz's life in a different way. You've been involved in her transnational organization, Women's Learning Partnership, since it was founded in the year 2000. Could you tell us about how WLP has approached doing transnational organizing and activism on behalf of women's human rights? And could you explain how activists on the ground in places like Nigeria and other parts of WLP's community have used the tools that WLP helped to create?
Thank you for the question, Kelly. And thank you also for the incredible amount of prep you did to get us ready for this. I want to also thank Milan, who made it possible for me to be here, because I came in from Belgium yesterday, and Kathleen and your team. But I want to also provide some context for the question that you've asked. I met Mahnaz in 1998. That was 2 years after the Nigerian military gunned down my mom on the street of Lagos because she was fighting for democracy. And, you know, I had been my mom's biggest champion. And she was a high school graduate. English is not, you know, we speak English in Nigeria. It's the official language. It's the colonial language, even now that we're independent. But we have so many African languages that we need a common language. So English is the common language. But because of the way my mom was educated, our English wasn't perfect. So in Yoruba, my own maternal language, we don't really have he or she. We don't have gender designated in the language. So when my mom speaks English, she confuses he and she. It was just not something she could ever understand. But you know, when my father, who had been elected president in a democratic election, when he was put in jail by the army, my mom, in spite of all the limitations, she was on all the media, speaking, defending my country's right to have a democracy, organizing people on the streets, leading marches. She was so proud. And I could not have been more proud of her. I was our biggest champion. And so when the Nigerian army gunned her down 2 days to my graduation from university here in the US, you know, she was just preparing to leave when she was ambushed and killed. You would have thought, you know, that maybe in a moment of wisdom, I would say, you know, that didn't go very well. Maybe you don't go continue encouraging women. But I actually felt triumphant. And I felt, I want to continue encouraging women. First, I felt triumphant for my mom, because I felt that who we are as human beings, this is a temporary place in any case. And my mom can dance to the ancestral place, fully confident that she tried and gave everything for my people and our country. And our husband, you know, because she was one of those loving her husband type people. But you know, but I was just so proud of her and so happy. And I just thought, if this woman could organize the oil workers to go on strike, which was the longest strike in the history of the world. I don't think there's been a strike that has gone as long by oil workers, just to fight for democracy in Nigeria and organize market women, who did so much. It was a sign to me that women can do, you know. And then, this was 1996 that she was killed. And then I went to San Francisco, and I was in this hotel room for this conference. And we had been going, we were always going to conferences. And in this conference, there was this very petite, beautiful woman who was Mahnaz Afkhami and who had done incredible work in Iran and who had this vision of a constellation of women leading change. And she invited me to join her. Now, I have to say, at the time, I was in my early 20s, so I was a much junior partner in that space, but I was so gratified. Frankly, I actually don't think that it was an accident that I met Mahnaz or that she invited me, because I do think that the universe is actively involved in the planet and in our lives. And I think the universe saw that I would like to continue to encourage women, and maybe thought maybe it would be a good idea to see how she can encourage women without getting them killed. So she brought me under Mahnaz's tutelage, and it was such a glorious, I mean, it was decades. We would go for meetings, and one image I will always carry of Mahnaz is notebook. If anyone that knows Mahnaz knows that in any convening where we have our women seated sharing their experiences, you will find Mahnaz with our notebook and our pen, diligently taking copious notes, capturing what these women are saying. And not just capturing it, if you've read her books, you see that she then takes that information, distills it, and makes something of it for us to use in the movement. There were so many lessons I learned, and that the whole democratic struggle in Nigeria, by 1999, the military was fed up of all our agitation, and they went back to the barracks, and we're building this fledgling democratic system in Nigeria. And Mahnaz, again, just the way she always does, worked to identify strong women's organizations in Nigeria. At the time, she chose Baobab. This is, there's this tree in Africa that goes, it can house a whole village. A whole village can sit under this tree. And there was this organization that came up with the name Baobab for Women's Human Rights, led initially by Aisha Imam, a brilliant scholar. There were so many brilliant people in Baobab and in many of the organizations, not just in Nigeria, but in Mauritania, in Senegal, in Morocco, that Mahnaz was supporting and helping across Africa, around the Muslim majority world. But what I really valued about Mahnaz's approach, and that I saw, the thing about Mahnaz's approach is that you must just be a student understudying her approach, because she never hits you over the head with it. She's so gentle, she's so calm. So it's just that because I had the privilege of long study, I could see what Mahnaz did was move us from individual celebrities and stars, fluttering around from one global conference to another, into a constellation of women leaders, all working towards a certain goal. We were all pushing certain agenda. There was the family law, the need to end child marriage and female genital mutilation, the need to ensure equal inheritance and the right of women to pass on their citizenship to their children. So many different clear objectives like this, so that we were not just floating around mouthpieces or just tokens on a stage, but we were working towards shaping a new world in our world. And it was important also because another thing she always did, some of these women, because the truth is exactly as Azar said, some of these women came and they were part of the problem, I have to say, maybe even me. Some of the privileges, they didn't manage it well, they didn't, there's class in Nigeria, and there's a way in which certain women have certain opportunities, and then they treat members of their staff as if they're nothing. And they see no contradiction. But the way Mahnaz organized all this training and capacity building was to help us so that we could internalize democracy and practice it and be it. So it was really powerful and transformative for us.
Great. So I wanted to ask one brief follow-up question. So
transnationalism is the theme of the panel, and you're involved in WLP, which is a transnational network, as well as many others. So what role can transnational organizations and transnational organizing play in assisting women on the ground doing the fight in countries like Algeria for human rights? What approaches do you think have been really helpful at the transnational level that have helped women working on the ground? And what would you like to see the transnational movement do going forward to help women advance human rights in places like Nigeria?
Thank you for your question, Kelly. I actually think it's a critical question because one of the things Mahnaz used to point out again and again was the way in which the regime in Iran, the Ayatollah, you think of them as backward people living in the past, but give them any technology, like the internet, the way they leap at it, you would think you're looking at Elon Musk or one of those tech bros. They would seize these instruments, these technologies, and use it to spread their very conservative, very regressive message. Whereas we, women's organizations, will be there afraid even of our own shadow, of embracing these new tools. So one of the things that I remember that Women's Learning Partnership used to do from 20 years ago was all this ICT training that they would run for organizations in Nigeria, all over the global south, so that those women could use those tools. Like in Nigeria, we have 3 hours of electricity if we're lucky, many days. So Baobab would print leaflets, information from the global movement, and share it within their staff, but share it also within their membership that went into villages so that women could be informed about what the rest of the world of women activists were doing, so we could feel like we're part of a movement. And there's so many things. For example, at this moment in Brazil, Alison, the co-director of Women's Learning Partnership, is here, but our other co-director is in Brazil at the event that Kumi is doing, sharing all this work that we're doing now with young people across Africa to use art, to begin to use art to raise awareness about gender equality. And they call it artivism. So one of the members of the WLP delegation in Brazil is Asma, who is 25 years old. She was born when WLP was founded, but she's based in Morocco. She's now one of the leaders of our partner organization in Morocco, and she works with all these young people. I was in Casablanca with WLP with our team because every few years we gather and we learn from each other. And if you saw what the young people from universities across Morocco are developed, it's a very religious society. So when a child is born out of wedlock, that child is pretty much ostracized. Young people in Morocco were developing art to raise awareness and challenge that system. And these people that we're looking at in Morocco are the same ones that came out with a new family code that is highly progressive in the world, but it took them years. As I sat in the room in Casablanca, looking at those young people, I saw a future where a child that is born out of wedlock will no longer be ostracized because of the work that we're doing now. Because what is one thing we know young people have? Time. And they are using that time to shape a new world. So that's the kind of work that we're doing, because we all are complaining. Today, President Trump, 2 days ago, he announced that he wants to come and rescue Christians in Nigeria. He's going to invade my country. I hope he changes his mind. But one thing I do know is that we're always complaining. If you are with Women's Learning Partnership, if you're with Mahnaz, under our umbrella, you never spend your time on that. You spend your time on solutions, and you work with other women together, and you begin to act, because action is the springboard of hope.
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to Karima now. And Karima, you've worked in a lot of different areas, but one of them is the issue of religious fundamentalism. So I'd like to ask you if you could tell us about how you met Mahnaz and how she influenced your own work and your own thinking about the issue of religious extremism.
Thank you so much for the question, and I have to start by saying what an immense honor it is to be on this panel with these incredible women and to be a small part of honoring dear Mahnaz and really thanking her for decades of leadership. And thanks to the organizers for including me. So I was thinking about it. How did I first meet Mahnaz? She really gave me this very great gift. And for those in the room who are students, it's important to think about what a gift this is, perhaps coming from your professors. And that gift was that she took me and my work seriously when I was in my 20s. And I thought I was very grown up, but when I look back now, in fact, I was really just starting out. But Mahnaz never treated me that way, and I was so grateful to her for that. And I think my first contact with her was either in late 1994 or early 1995. And it's critical to understand, so I am half Algerian, and anyone who follows North Africa knows that 94 and 95 were ghastly years inside Algeria. My father was a professor at the University of Algiers, and he was ultimately forced out of teaching due to death threats from the fundamentalist armed groups. He finally had to move out of our family home when someone left a note on the kitchen table that said, "Consider yourself dead." And I, strangely, went on a family visit to Algeria in this time, which, because I was a junior human rights lawyer, very quickly actually became a research trip rather than a family visit, given the situation that I found. And I came back to the US, where I was a law student and wrapping up my studies, and I was so deeply horrified by the lack of understanding or the lack of interest here in what was happening in Algeria. Or if there was interest, there was great misunderstanding and often sometimes sympathy for the fundamentalist project in Algeria, which was very shocking to me given what I had seen on the ground. And I ended up speaking at a panel at the last PrepCom for Beijing. And it was around that time that I met Mahnaz, who reached out to me in the most generous and supportive way and invited me to speak on a panel at the Fourth World Conference on Women at the NGO Forum with her. And it was this extraordinary thing to be, I think, 26 years old, sitting next to a former cabinet minister on a panel. But it was especially meaningful because she was giving airtime to what was happening in Algeria so that women around the world could learn about this situation there. And she invited me to contribute a chapter to her excellent edited volume, Faith and Freedom, Women's Human Rights in the Muslim World. And I was looking back at the title, and I can sort of see my feelings at the time in the title, which was SOS Algeria, Women's Human Rights Under Siege. And it was a very difficult article to write because it involved a great deal of atrocity material, and it was also about something that my family was currently living through. And I just remember how warm and supportive Mahnaz was, even if she also guided me and gave me edits. But the critical thing was that she understood what was at stake. And this takes me to the fundamentalism piece. Mahnaz simply understood at a time when many human rights organizations actually did not yet. She understood what was at stake for a country with the rise of fundamentalism, all the things that have been discussed, the attack on culture, the attack on intellectuals, the attack on free thinking and dissent of any kind. And she just really recognized the severity of that and helped me to understand it as one of the leading human rights questions really in the world. And it certainly was then, it is now. And what's interesting looking back is she actually didn't tell me the details of her own story at the time, which was remarkable. And I came to find those out later and was really blown away at the risk to her own life that she had lived through, which was what had taught her these lessons. And I think we are all so lucky and grateful that Mahnaz was out of the country at the right moment, because if she had not been, her fate, and indeed the fate of the transnational women's movement, would have been so different. And I just wanted to end my answer to this question by sharing what she told me when I later interviewed her for the book that you mentioned, Your Fatwa Does Not Apply Here. And I was asking her about sort of the impact of fundamentalism, the meaning of fundamentalism, and how you work against them when extremists are trying to take over your country. And I think her lessons are actually very relevant for Americans in this moment. She told me to fight fundamentalism, you need to have a vision. You cannot change anything unless you have a vision of what is the life you want to lead. She said the fundamentalists, they express those ideas clearly. They are courageous about expressing them. We also have to have big ideas, and we have to be courageous. And so I think those are some key lessons to learn from Mahnaz's brave life and her persistent advocacy. No matter the scale of the destruction, you just keep organizing against it. You build networks, you amplify the voices of others, including the next generation. And in her words and her deeds, she reminds us in these difficult times that we too, indeed, have to continue to have big ideas and be as courageous as possible. And I thank you so much for that, Mahnaz.
Yeah, there's so many wise words that Mahnaz has said. It's incredible. I do want to ask, again, a brief follow-up question. So in your other work, you've worked extensively with the United Nations, and so has Mahnaz. I mean, as an official representative of the Iranian government, but also in every transnational organization she's been involved in. So could you talk to us a bit about the role that the UN has played in the global fight for women's human rights in the past, and then where you think it might be able to play a role going forward, and what perhaps all of us outside the UN might need to do to make sure it actually does that work?
Do we have an hour? I think
know.
I need an hour for this question. Thank you very much for this question. I know the UN has been both a meaningful space and a frustrating space for so many of us in this room. And I always say to my students in my beginning international law class, when you say the UN, stop and think about what you mean, because you're talking, in fact, about a complex set of systems. The United Nations is a collection of states. It is also a bureaucracy, and it is also a unique space in which to gather, to build coalitions, and to be heard. But that is a neutral space, and we've seen it used very effectively by pro-rights coalitions and, unfortunately, increasingly by anti-rights coalitions as well. And so I think the UN has been critically important in the advances that we've seen, at least in international law, for women's rights since the end of the Second World War. But it is always a space in which women have had to fight, and we'll have to continue to do so. So the old adage is that rights are never given, they're always taken, and that is very true in the UN. And I think, for example, I just have to look, being a law professor, of course I have notes, but I think it was 5 or 6 women out of the 156 delegates who participated in the drafting of the UN Charter. Imagine the situation they found themselves in. And it's actually thanks to them and their lobbying that the Charter and later the Universal Declaration of Human Rights doesn't refer to the equal rights of men. It refers to the equal rights of men and women. They fought for that, but they did it very strategically, not with anger or slogans. They organized and they built support for their position, and we owe them that language that is part, indeed, of the architecture of human rights that we live in today. So I think there's a lot of frustration with the UN. It's certainly insufficient in many ways, but it also has tremendous potential. And it's that potential I think we need to hold on to. We need to think about what needs to be done to sort of renew the UN. A few years ago, Anne-Marie Getz wrote, "Do we need a 5th World Conference on Women?" Remember, the 4th conference was in '95. I think some strong arguments for that, but it's a very worrying time with the governments we have in the world, so it may not be the moment. Could we have a shadow World Conference on Women? Because I think these spaces where we come together are incredible sources of power. But we also need to think about the funding issue. The UN human rights machinery that feminists work so hard to build is being starved. The CEDAW committee, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, had to cancel its meeting this fall, so we need to work on funding for that system. We need to enhance our strategic thinking. It's very difficult to be strategic in this most challenging of moments, but we have to be. And of course, a critical part to renewing the UN is the success of democratic struggles around the world. And I love in the title of the conference, the word politics is there, and I think all too often now, work for women's human rights becomes very technocratic, and we need to re-infuse it with the politics. And I think Mahnaz understood that very well.
Thank you, Karima. Finally, Sanam, thank you for your patience. So you are from a different generation of Iranian women activists than Mahnaz Afkhami. Could you tell us a bit about the impact of Mahnaz and her generation's work on you and your generation of Iranians? For instance, getting the 1975 Family Protection Act passed in Iran. And how did seeing Iranian women like Mahnaz on the national and international stage influence how you saw the possibilities for yourself?
Thank you. Again, I want to echo my thanks to Georgetown and Mahnaz for inviting me. We had a conversation in May or June, I think, and we started talking about these issues, and she mentioned the symposium. And immediately the thought that I had was, number one, I am the next generation. I was 11 years old when the Iranian Revolution happened, and we got sort of sprung out, thrown out into the world in many ways. But I see myself as having very deep Persian roots and very much influenced by my Persian history and that cultural DNA that kind of is infused in the way we think about things and the way we see the world, and then global branches. And it's interesting to be here with this audience because I don't often speak about my work to an audience with Iranians in it. I've been working globally in my sphere. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I wanted to just give a few anecdotes, if that's okay. So I leave Iran at the age of 11 and end up in England. And when we think about the generational influence of people like Mahnaz for my generation, aged 11, arriving in England, I was debating whether I'm going to become a lawyer or a war correspondent. Because when I was growing up, I mean, just those 10, 11 years in Iran, the women around me, everybody was educated, everybody was working. The expectation was that you were going to have a profession and you were going to contribute. And the more privileged you were, the more responsibility you had towards giving back. With great privilege came great responsibility. That was kind of hammered into our heads. So revolution happens, we end up in England. I end up at a girls' boarding school, very, elite girls' boarding school in England. In the 1980s, my friends were not expected to go to university. People of the same generation of me, they were expected to go to secretarial school or art school and, get married, not go to college. And I found this extraordinary because here I was supposedly coming from somewhere that was, developing world, or however you want to call it, and I'm saying I want to go be a lawyer or a war correspondent, and my friends are like, well, nobody expects us to even get A-levels, right? Later on, they all did. So that was an interesting kind of moment to understand, again, where we come from and what's our history. And I went back to Iran in 1986 during the Iran-Iraq War for the first time because I hadn't seen my father for 7 years. He wasn't allowed out. And it was another experience because, number one, I found letters from my grandmother to my mother written in the 1950s. She'd been sent to boarding school in England. And my grandmother was writing to my mother in those days saying, you have to be able to have an education to earn your own living because you never know what happens in life. You cannot rely on your father or your brother or your husband. You've got to do. So these messages came through us. And when I look around my generation of women, inside Iran and outside, it's baked through. It's baked through. My cousins who got stuck there were fighting to be able to become chemical engineers. And the ones who came out were, my sister became an electronics engineer at the age of 24 in England. So the question of what happens when one generation takes you forward, whatever the politics does, it's the DNA continues and that demand continues. And so incredibly grateful to Mahnaz and her generation for that. Then I go back again in the early 90s. I was studying anthropology in Cambridge, and I had a professor called Ziba Mir Hosseini, which many of you know, and she told me about the passage of the family law in Iran. So I go back in the early 90s, and the first thing we notice is that it's the women of the revolution, the same women that were on the streets in support of the Islamic Revolution, who are now fighting the Islamic Revolution to get back their rights, because they were war widows. There were, people who were told, when we have an Islamic society and it's a moral society, you get to come back and have a public life. And the first thing that was taken away was their right to divorce and their right to their children and so forth. So it was a reminder that they knew what rights they had, and it was taken away. So again, and then I continued to observe the Iranian situation, and came to this. I got involved in getting the resolution at the UN on women, peace, and security, which is basically saying women should be involved in the decisions around peace and security. We should be at the peace tables where these negotiations are made. It was the first time in history that we came up with that. I come to the US and I start working with Swani Hunt, who's just arrived. And the UN says to us, oh yes, we said we need women in senior positions, and but we can't find qualified women. Where are the women? So we were sitting in the office here in DC and like, okay, let's give them a list of qualified women. And we went through, and it was like, let's make it international. Let's give them as broad a range as possible. And I remember being insistent that I wanted an Iranian woman on that list. And so, going through, and it was like, of course, Mahnaz Afkhami is the person. She was a government minister. She knows about these things. So I don't even know whether Mahnaz remembers this, but I called her as a junior person here in the U.S. context in this universe of women. And I said, I'm so-and-so. I work with Swani Hunt, and we're making a list of women to give to the UN, and we'd like to add your name. And she said, of course, please do. I was convinced that she was going to become an SRSG, senior representative of the Secretary General, because in those days I didn't quite understand how political these positions are and how governments slide and behind the scenes. But if it were meritocratic, if our systems were actually meritocratic and you went with the best qualified, you would get these stars in our global systems. Sadly, it's very much an old boys network, and I put the emphasis on old. Fast forward, I go to Iran in 2015. My father was very sick, and I was staying with family, and I was with one of my older cousins, and we were talking about Iran in those days and what happened, and she had lost her husband in a freak drowning accident when her children were very young. And she said to me, you won't believe this, but my husband passed away. I had been asking him to write a document to make sure that I could be the executor of our children's lives and wills and so forth. Because if you wrote that, the law didn't allow it, but if you had that, you could be the executor. And she said, we just never got around to doing it. And then he passed away in a drowning accident. And she said, Mahnaz was working on the family law at the time, and the minute the law got adopted, I'm getting very emotional here because I know those are my cousins. She picked up the phone and she said, the law is here. And she said, I was the first person to enact that law to be able to have control over my children's lives going forward. Otherwise, it would have been having to deal with my husband's brother and their family and so forth. So when we think about these laws and these changes, it is long-term, it is personal, deeply, deeply personal for people's lives. And even though the law has been, suspended, it still resonates. And, when we think about Iran, I just want to say this, that the hijab law has just been suspended. And it's 40 years of women's resistance. In '86, when I went back, I could show my face. In '91, when I went back, the scarf was back here, and the women have been at the forefront of change, but not change from the top in the language of men. It is the language of women. And we have a poem in Persian that we used to learn. It was called Cheshme Osang. It's a spring and a rock. And it's a little spring, comes down the Rocky Mountains, hits a big black rock, and says, Mr. Rock, would you mind moving aside? And the rock says, what are you talking about? And so the spring just comes, and slowly erodes it, and it becomes a river. And this is what Iranian women have done. They have just become a river, and it's not going back. It is change, it's not going back. It's going to be change that we don't necessarily understand from outside, but I see a lot of hope, and I see Iranian women transforming not only Iran, but Women Life Freedom showed us that the men are standing behind the women. Women Life Freedom wasn't just women wanting their rights, it was women pushing back against an autocracy and a dictatorship and leading that charge. We've never had that in history, anywhere. And it's non-violent change, and it's the language of women. And so these things are all connected to each other, and you know, we are standing on the shoulders of giants, and hopefully others will stand on the shoulders that we create for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's absolutely a lot that we could learn from what women in Iran are doing and have done. I think you actually answered the other follow-up question that I had, which was about what we can learn from Iranian women. So if you don't mind, I'll turn to the cross-cutting questions for the panel. We're here in part to celebrate the donation of Mahnaz's collection here to Georgetown. And you all have different areas of expertise, different experiences, but you all have a connection to Mahnaz and the work that's documented in her collection. So could, any or all of you who wants to answer, tell us what your thoughts are about this really rich collection of materials becoming available to researchers and activists and students at Georgetown, and what do you think the stories that it contains might be able to do for those of us who are thinking about how to move forward with human rights?
That was one reason I felt that the Foundation for Iranian Studies is very important, because what this regime has done is create a narrative within which women especially become a figment of an Ayatollah's imagination. It's taking from us the agency. And Iranian women amazingly have taken back that agency. I was thinking of something in one of my classes. There was this guy who was part of the militia, had been to the war. The students were both hated him and also were afraid of him. And one day I was teaching in class, I was teaching Henry James, and there was a commotion in the hall. And I went to the hall and saw that the students are all out. Anyway, that guy had come early to the university and had poured 2 cans of petrol over his head and set fire to himself. And he kept repeating, "They betrayed us. They look at what they did to us." And I was looking at him and thinking, here is a guy who represents the regime, and he's killing himself because he has been betrayed. And here am I, teaching Henry James and surviving. And I realized that is the strength of women's movement. They can put you in jail, they can blind you with their guns, they can kill you, beat you, but how many people will blossom again? I mean, I'm so amazed by this movement and those in the West who keep thinking that we're being westernized. This is so Iranian. I mean, look at Mahnaz. Well, all look at her. No, and so I felt that this is indeed a new era. Iranian women had always felt their power, but now They know that they have the power. And this violence that is being enacted against them is not out of strength. It is out of weakness. They are weak and they want us gone. And we don't go anywhere. And so I think right now, what Mahnaz and your organizations are doing is very important, because you were talking about non-violent nature of it. And that is what the foundation did. It created a foundation where all those silenced voices got an opportunity to talk. It brought the joy that was taken away from us through Iranian poetry, Iranian films, Iranian music. Everything that we call life, they took advantage of and brought to the, both to the world and formulated it in Iran. And so I am very hopeful about this movement. And people tell me, oh, is it gone? It's flourishing, and that's the good news. There's always a bad news.
I would just add that it's always fascinating how the patriarchy is always looking to erase women from history. And that's why Milan's library and the work that our institute is doing, and now to welcome Mahnaz's archive and her husband's archive, is so important, because we have to change the language. Mahnaz says we have to change the architecture of human relations, but we need a place to stand so that we can change the world. And to have the archive have a home, and to have the home be organized and curated and managed by someone like Milan, who anyone that knows her knows she's just an incredible human being of the deepest integrity. And she and Mahnaz, I can't imagine, they're sitting beside each other, so you know how that relationship is. But I can't imagine the countless conversations they've had over the years as they've prepared for the opening of the archive. I know that for Mahnaz, the most important thing is that these archives are available for students, for them to come and access the information, for them to learn. And if you've read Mahnaz's work over the years, you would see that our work is so powerful. Like, you learn that ideology is not part of this new language. Dogma is not part of this new language. Mahnaz, in the last book she wrote, The Other Side of Silence, she said, she met the grandson of the Ayatollah, and she gave him a space. She went and got food, and they gathered and sat and listened to him, listened to his ideas. They wanted to hear what he had to say, because we're not going to get to change from alienating and ostracizing each other. The problem is that the regime refuses to listen to women, not that women are not willing to listen to the regime. And we need to make sure that there's so much passion that young people have. But when you read the story, the historical record that of the histories in Iran, you find that we cannot afford to be naive with our passion. We need to be incredibly strategic. We need to be wise. When I read the book, I was so sad. I don't need the Shah to be perfect, but this man, in the record I read, was trying. But look at where we ended up. And I just think, and all this passion, and where we ended up, they took us back, I don't know how far back. And even if we say, because we can say that even in the defeat there's victory, because a new language is emerging in Iran, the women speak it, the women keep pushing. Yes, all that is true. But how many women died to be able to speak that language? how many girls, how many rights suppressed. You know, so I think one thing I would say that I'm so gratified by the collaboration between two giants is that I'm hoping that we can be wiser as we move forward. It's not enough to say America is suffering a backlash. How do we help America go forward? How do we help America lead the world going forward? And that kind of archive gives us so many materials that we can draw from to be strategic and strategize and sit together and think it through. And one thing I also valued in the experience of Mahnaz and in what she's always done is the way she always has such a high standard for everybody, almost impossibly high. And I like it, because sometimes we women are always like, oh, let's just be nice. No, no, no. There are actually expectations, and the best defense for us and our vision is results. You know, and to get the results, we have to be. Somebody has to be like, focus. And that person is Mahnaz. She's always done that. And, you know, and that archive will have us look at the ways the tools she's built to drive us to excellence.
Thanks, Sana.
So I don't want to add too much to this. I simply wanted to congratulate Mahnaz on this donation and having the foresight to save all of these important records, and thank Georgetown for being the home for this valuable resource. And when I was the UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights, I thought a lot about archives, actually. Archives are these amazingly important human rights sites. And in fact, archivists can play roles as cultural rights defenders, as a kind of human rights defender, because of course, the right to learn history, including the histories of others, is a part of the right to education. It is a core part of the cultural rights that I was working on. And I just wanted to say, I hope we will all learn yet again from Mahnaz's example here. Those of us who have played roles in the transnational women's movement, save your papers, save your documents, write your history, because if you don't, if we don't, either it will be written by others who know much less about it, or it will not be written. And I was always struck by this line that we used to talk about the killings of intellectuals in Algeria by the extremists in the 1990s when they were trying to take power. And that line was, "Words do not die." But words can be forgotten. And I'm so grateful for the work that Mahnaz and Milan and Georgetown are doing together to keep this history of the transnational women's movement, especially in the 1990s, alive.
Mine. Thank you. Just to add a couple of thoughts to that. Number one, in this age of AI that we're now in, about 80%, if not more, of the people who are doing the algorithms for our AI programs are men, and it's a combination of white guys and then Chinese and Indians right now. They have zero gender sensitivity, basically. So actually, these machines that are coming about, that is going to be the fount of knowledge for the future, we're in a race against erasure in that space. And so archiving both the hard copy analog versions, but also the digital versions, is incredibly important so that it can be there as the source. So I think that's one thing that I just wanted to put on the table. Second thing is, you're so right. I was involved in drafting a Security Council resolution. We were negotiating it transnationally. We didn't think to keep it. Like, it's in somebody's email box, which then gets corrupted and so forth. Subsequently, for the other resolutions, I have it and the redlining, just to understand what was the political context of the moment. What were we trying to do? Who were we, right? So I think all of that is really important for future generations. And especially for women, what we're experiencing is that either when you've had a good idea or an initiative, or the bridge to the next whatever space or the connectivity, once you build the bridge, people walk all over you because the bridge is there, right? You take the bridge for granted. And if you look at, again, nonviolent movements, and this is kind of my passion, in the United States, Martin Luther King, his wife Coretta Scott King was the leader before he stepped in, right? We take the women for granted. And so bringing visibility to what the women have done is really, really critical. And then the other part of it is the intellectual leadership, because the number of people that I get emails from asking to do their PhD and interview, and so you get locked into their other people's PhDs, or my partners around the world do. We're doing now a book on getting women peace builders to articulate their own strategies. So it's in their own authorships, that their own intellectual leadership is important. And again, I think Mahnaz's archives and all this work is absolutely critical in this way, because somehow, you end up ghostwriting for other people, right? And so it's really, if we want women's experiences, women's intellectual leadership, women's strategic thinking to be present, we need to capture it, we need to enable it, and we need to collate and have it available for future generations. And this moment is essential. This moment with AI is absolutely critical.
I agree, thank you. So we have time for one or two questions from the audience. If you want to raise your hand high, and I'll call on you, and then we have somebody with a microphone. Okay, there's one there. And please tell us your name.
My name is Netta. Oh, yes, I will stand up. I am curious, so I'm lucky enough to be related to Mahnaz. She's my aunt, so I've been doing this since I was 13, asking questions at her various conferences. But I am lucky enough to be speaking at an international human rights class tomorrow night. And I'm a journalist, I'm a professor of journalism as well. And one of the things that I do every year for this class is they pitch me. And as somebody who has been dancing around this space, one of the things a few years ago, somebody told me in passing, I was working on a story, that the age of human rights is over. We don't use, that's not something that we talk about anymore. That's not something that is appropriate anymore. And I think about that all the time, because I do think that journalists are an ally in the space. Like it's my reason for being alive. But I'm curious, as tomorrow I'm talking to a bunch of international students from Northwestern and who are desperately trying to get me and other editors. And I realize increasingly my advice to them is don't pitch in America. Be looking outside. This is not the country to be talking about human rights in anymore. And it's not because I'm cynical, it's because I want stories out there. And the internet, as you say, is technology, as you say, spreads it. But I am very curious how you guys think about this, because it can't just be me that's hearing the age of human rights is over. And I'm not trying to be a downer. What a downer. But I do very much believe in living in reality and fighting with 10 toes down and being very aware of the scaffolding that is around us and the challenges that are ahead, or else hope is delusion. And so that's sort of my philosophy, but I wanted to ask you guys how you approach this moment.
I'll give you an attempt at this. I think that is incredibly selfish, Western, self-navel-gazing, to be honest with you. Because, number one, we could argue that when was the age of human rights present for Palestinians, right? 75 years, you could argue that they didn't have their human rights addressed. But you could also argue that there are Palestinians, Afghans, Iranians, Egyptians, Colombians, Nigerians, all of our partners around the world, women, men, young people who are risking their lives for those basic rights and dignities. And how dare we sit somewhere in the United States right now just because of what's happening here, or because our Westerns are off and they don't care about international law anymore. So suddenly say, oh, well, it's all nonsense, right? To me, pessimism is a privilege of the privileged, right? And we should be very, very careful about that, and we should be really humble about how much people are risking their lives for these basic things. So that's kind of one big answer. The second smaller answer, if you want to break it down, is that I think that we use these terms, these human rights, and they become radioactive because people don't understand what they mean. So if I say feminism, am I a feminist? Of course I am. Do I walk around with a stamp of feminism on my forehead? No, because when I'm talking to my Egyptian partner and I say, are we a feminist organization? They'll say things like, well, if we say feminist, they're going to say we want men to have babies, and we have other things to fight about. Like, the labels get in the way. I think we need to unpack them. When my kids were at school here, I did a session with them. They were in the 4th grade, and I went in and I said the story of the writing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I said, imagine you were writing that declaration now, all of you. And in 20 minutes, a group of 4th graders sat in little workshop sessions and I didn't tell them what the UDHR said. I just said, you were writing this is the, for people everywhere. They came up with 20 of the existing articles in the UDHR and a whole bunch of things on environmental responsibilities. It was a real moment for me because I was like, what was drafted in 1945 to 48 with all those women from from Latin America and Asia and others helping Eleanor Roosevelt, but also the men from all these other places, were genuinely universal human desires. It's not the first time we have the Cyrus cylinder 2,500 years ago. You have other cultures that have similar things. So the age of human rights is never ending, because so long as humanity exists, we want basic dignity and justice and kindness in terms of how we deal with each other. So maybe it's the cynicism of the journalists, or I don't know, but I think that the media has an obsession and an interest in violence and horrible people, and they don't understand actually the news now are the good people out there, and that should be covered. So thank you.
So I think if the age of human rights is over, then the age of humanity ends, and I'm not willing to accept that outcome. I think that's the strongest statement I have against that point of view. What I would say is, I think the challenge for us now is to develop a 21st century human rights language, to learn new ways of communicating human rights messages. And I very often think this is not going to come from me anymore. This is going to come from the next generation, to whom we're all ready, I think, to pass the baton. And so I think this takes us back to something so important that Mahnaz always has done, which is to empower this next generation of human rights advocates who may have a very different language for speaking about some of the same issues and principles than we have used. But this goes back to what Sanam said. Look at those people who are on the most dangerous and difficult front lines around the world. And I think about Afghan women who have one of the toughest human rights struggles in the world in front of them. And they believed everything that was said over and over again about the importance of human rights in the instruments that we have and in statements that were made. And they have continued by themselves, really, to risk life and limb to defend those values. And so who are we who face struggles, but less difficult struggles, to back away? And I think I've actually been very frustrated in the academy. As I started out a human rights advocate, I then became an academic. And I have no more patience with those in the academy who have made basically a cottage industry out of deconstructing the human rights that they take for granted every day, but that other people are fighting for. And I thank you for asking this question, because you're right. These are the kinds of arguments that we are confronting. But I think we have to be very unashamed and brash, as Afghan women are, in our defense of the concept of universality, as unfashionable as it may have become, and hang on to some optimism around the potential of rights discourse. Look at the progress that has been made in our lifetimes. It is amazing, and we're not willing to give up on that. And I always think of what a woman human rights defender said to me in Kabul back in 2011. Again, I was writing Your Fatwa Does Not Apply Here, and I was asking people, are you optimistic or pessimistic about the struggle against fundamentalism? And I always remember what she said to me. She said, optimism is key to survival. And I think that's a core part of the answer to your question.
All right, thank you. So we are slightly over time, but I want to have us end with a call to action as we go into lunch. So human rights, especially women's human rights, are currently facing a moment of backlash in many parts of the world. We're seeing anti-democratic, authoritarian, patriarchal, and fundamentalist movements rising in influence and using the internet to do that. So women's human rights activists have faced backlash before. Iran in 1979 is one key example. So what do you think the movement should do going forward to meet these challenges? And then for those of us in the audience, what can regular people, individuals also do to try to help support those in the movement?
I'm tired of being the first.
I think maybe this is the moment to, there's going to be a message from Mama Mary Robinson, I think later today, but I should just set you up for the message because she'll probably speak about this. And, you know, I think Hillary Clinton used to say that it was always a challenge trying to get women to run for office and to seek power until you could convince women the reason why, because they always wanted to know power for what. And I think the biggest challenge before us now is that, you know, I have every confidence, as many people that have children have confidence, that young people are a great source of hope. They're going to get it right. You can sense it, the way their language is, and the way they take no BS, and you know, they're just they have words like gaslighting and all these things, so they see through a lot of nonsense and they cut through everything, and then they're not so materialistic. So it's going to be hard to buy them off. So once they set the path, they're on it. But there's a moment before they, you know, have the podium, which is the moment we're at, and we just have to hold on enough for them to have that opportunity to make the change. And I think for us to hold on, especially because of this climate crisis, this symbol, oh, Mahnaz, I'm going to give you one because you're not wearing yours. And because Mahnaz is part of this whole movement as well. And Milan, I know you're part of it. Yes. You know, we want women fighting for the climate crisis. I know it's not sexy in your country at the moment because President Trump doesn't, I think is concerned about the short-term cost. But I think the bigger cost is if we don't act. You know, I just can't imagine that we don't give these young people who are so much better than us the chance that they deserve to have a healthy planet. So my call to action is that if we've learned anything from Mahnaz over the decades, it's the good news is we don't have to have all the answers. I remember in the book she talks about in her first meeting at the National Organization of Iran, the women, many of the women leaders from across Iran that came to meet with her, somebody read out Mahnaz's bio and they felt it was short and underwhelming. Then Mahnaz then speaks and didn't really inspire even that much more confidence because she just said, well, I want to listen. And they were probably like, what? I mean, you know, it wasn't the rousing kind of speech. But then if you saw her leadership over the years, over 5 years running that organization, built it to like over 1 million women in Iran. And they were in every village, every town, there were so many hundreds, if not thousands of centers supporting women, doing real work. The good news is we don't have to do this ourselves. The bad news is that, but we do have to get to work and work. You know, we have to sit with women, we have to sit with men, we have to get involved and we have to push. And we have to use our power to push. That was another lesson you get from all the experiences of her over the decades is She was always using her power to advance the agenda. We have to begin to do that. Yes, this is not a good moment in the US, but you can go local. You can even go regional. You don't have to go national if the national is so hostile. But what you cannot do is to stop. Because America is still the most powerful country in the world. All the world looks to America for leadership. And this is not the time to allow one man to define what the world hears from the United States.
So I was recently at the Feminist Foreign Policy Summit in Paris 2 weeks ago, and I was reminded being there of how important spaces like that are, whatever the problems with them may be. It was really like putting an oxygen mask on for a few days and getting a jolt of oxygen to be able to come back here where our leaders have a very different message at the moment. And I had the opportunity while I was there to hear someone from the UN Foundation speak about their new report, Where the Future Was Built, the story of the UN World Conferences on Women. And I was so struck by this report and this wonderful young woman who spoke. And I'm just going to answer your question with a quote from that report, which I encourage everyone to read. The quote is, "Change is always possible. Resilience is often necessary. The laws of physics will always hold. Our foremothers deserve our gratitude. Our ongoing and future movements deserve our support. Our past is worth remembering. Our future worth protecting." And I think all aspects of that are critically important to remember right now.
Well, I have this obsession, which I want to share with you as we end. And I do it with an anecdote. I had just given a talk at the Women's Policy Group, and I was getting ready to leave. And this gray-haired lady came towards me, and she looked so benign, and she was the kind that you could ask how to make homemade jam and how to improve US foreign policy, both of them. Anyway, I was ready with a smile. She was frowning. And she came to me, and without saying hello or anything, she said, "You are wrong. I have been to Iran, and women like to wear their veils." I mean, the arrogance of it, it was mind-boggling. But then, as I lived here, I kept coming across the same thing. And one of the things about Mahnaz, they said she's westernized. Now, what is westernized? Fighting for freedom is okay for the Western people, but when we do it, it's being westernized. There is such, on the right, they say, these guys are horrible, they're terrorists, we should not let them in, or we should send them to Venezuela. And on the left, they say, well, they show us as victims and say they'll be offended. We'll be offended because girls are being married at the age of 9. Yes, we are offended. And so I felt that we need to, as my mom would say, tell them, because today the leadership of women's movements is not here. It is in Iran and Afghanistan and Sudan and all the places that we don't talk about. So I think we should shift the discourse, because times of crisis, and they are, and as you said, we're living in very dangerous times, but there's one good thing about crisis, and that is it makes us pause and think. And the things we took for granted, we can no more do that. So this is great for this movement. And actually, I think human rights is the funky way of going about it. Human rights is not old-fashioned. As you know, Mahnaz, you would be very much against saying that human rights doesn't have any agency anymore. So I wanted to just put this to you and see how we can work around it, how we can. And so I wanted to also end with Mahnaz. I don't know if you remember, but one night we had been, I think, giving a talk at Carl Gershman's National Endowment for Democracy. And Ghulam Reza, Mahnaz and I were going home, and Mahnaz turns around and says, let's take this show on the road. And I wanted to tell you that you and I know, and everyone in this room knows, that this is no show. But we have to take the truth on the road, definitely, because truth is the enemy of totalitarianism, of autocracy. I want to drink to Melan as well. That lady makes it always worth coming to this event.
I'm just going to add a couple of thoughts to this in terms of what the audience can do. As you heard, I run an organization. We work with women's organizations globally in conflict areas. And at the moment, we are faced with a $2.3 trillion military budget. The weapons industry is shaping not only foreign policy, but domestic policy, because that money is being taken to cut back on social welfare globally. It's been 25 years since we got our resolution on women, peace, and security at the UN, and I keep saying to people, 1% of that 2.3 trillion, just put 1% for peace and for women's work. That's about $25 billion. Imagine what we could do with that. So there is a question of real money being put for work on the ground in places like Sudan and Afghanistan and so forth, and lobbying our governments to enable that, which is right now part of what I spend my life doing, talking to various governments to say, don't cut back on this kind of resources. But it's also about talking to philanthropists and foundations to say, put this back on the agenda. Don't self-censor and don't run away and be afraid just because they want you to be afraid, right? So the question of what we're doing with our own resources, how we speak up about issues, who we support, what meetings you go to, who you amplify, what spaces you share, these are all really, really important things that can be done. Businesses, how can businesses support this kind of movement? How can the media tell the stories? One of the most important things I think that we've forgotten is that storytelling, fictionalizing. You know, I reading Lolita, I was studying English in England, and I was like, it was like reading a story, and I was thinking, imagine if I were in that class. It's inspiring, right? So storytelling is really critical, both the fictionalization, but also the journalism. And we need, as audiences, we need to be seeking out and supporting this kind of media, because these are the superheroes of our age. It's not Superman and Wonder Woman in some, corset. That's just nonsense. That's men's figment. The real people are amongst us, and the inspiration is extraordinary, and it's global. And I think that you can't, if the public doesn't get it, we in the policy space or activism space are struggling against a headwind, but we need you with us. And so go out and tell people about the kind of work that's out there, and come and support whatever the organizations are that you know, is what I would say, because people are really risking their lives now to continue this fight. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank
thank you so much. Thank you all for coming such a long way to share your thoughts and ideas with us. Thank you, Mahnaz John, for bringing us all together. I think that gives us a lot to think about as we go off into lunch. So that does end our first panel, and the second panel will start at 1:30. So please enjoy the lunch break and come back here for the next discussion. Thank you.
Please, everybody, we know your conversations are very stimulating, but we want to continue the program. Please take your seats. Yeah, come on. Let me help you up because there is no rail here. It's crazy.
I'm not feeling well with my legs and knees.
Oh, you don't need help.
Yeah.
You're vigorous.
So where should I sit?
You sit here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to be here. You sit here. Oh, good. And then Stella, you can go next to her. Shadow. Yeah, right here.
I love Hi, Mela. I love your jacket.
Okay, we're going to reconvene for another stimulating panel, and I know we've all been enlightened in so many ways already. Mahnaz is back in her seat. So this panel has to do with leadership, politics, and power. And one of the things that often is said that we are missing in terms of women being able to move into the kind of world we want to create is the lack of power, and politics is one way that we certainly can access that power. Progress on global political representation for women has been slow, but it has been progressive nevertheless. We have made progress. For women in parliaments, it grew from just 11% at the time of the UN Fourth World Conference in Beijing, so 11% 30 years ago. And today we're at 27%, almost 30%, so about a quarter. Yet according to various data, and one source is the World Economic Forum, which puts out an annual gender gap report, according to the WEF, it will take 162 years to close the gender gap in women's political empowerment at the current rate. So we clearly need to accelerate. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind in all of this is how do we move forward with greater speed. Moreover, the authoritarian pushback, which you've heard about, is significantly focused on women, particularly women in political life. Technology facilitated violence against women is not uncommon today, including a real targeting of women in politics, being targeted with disinformation, harassment, threats, and really making them out to be something other than they clearly are. We also know that the status of women is the status of democracy, and authoritarians are taking a sledgehammer both to women's progress and democracy. Mahnaz, always ahead of her time, her organization, the Women's Learning Partnership, and the Sisterhood is Global earlier, saw women's leadership as an untapped resource benefiting all of society. It wasn't men versus women, it was benefiting women and men, all of society, and promoted a model of participatory leadership that could transform politics as usual, and we've heard some about that already. This panel will discuss why women's political leadership matters and what are today's greatest barriers. You know, as I was listening to some of the anecdotes and stories from the previous panel, I was thinking about an experience I had back in India. It was just prior to the Beijing conference, and Hillary Clinton at the time was giving a speech in India that was inspired by a poem she had gotten the night before from a young woman, the headmistress of her school, frankly, who just kind of slipped this to her. And when she opened it up, it said something like, too many women in too many countries speak the same language, the language of silence. My grandmothers were silent. Our mothers were silent, but we must end the silence. And when we do, yes, we want to grasp power, but power to make positive change. And that theme just went through and through my head. And so we will grapple with some of that right now, drawing on the experience and research to ask this extraordinary panel, what happens when women's political progress is lost? How do we sustain women's capacity in these times? How do we tap in archives, for example, to capture the stories of women leaders so they are not lost in the public sphere? And we have an extraordinary group equipped to handle these questions. Is this on? Yes. I'm going to begin with this extraordinary woman to my left, Dr. Habiba Sorabi. She was a prominent Afghan politician, the first female governor in Afghanistan, Bamiyan province, which by everybody's estimate was one of the best-run provinces in Afghanistan, a towering figure in her country, the Minister of Women's Affairs, Minister of Culture and Education, Deputy Chair of the High Commission on Peace, the Peace Council, and one of the very few female Afghan negotiators in Doha just months before the Taliban overran Afghanistan. So Governor Sorabi, Dr. Sorabi, it's so good to have you with us. I want to ask you first, I know that you were influenced by Mahnaz's work. First, The Sisterhood is Global, Claiming Our Rights publication manual. And you were at the time working with Afghan refugees. The Taliban were in their first iteration in Afghanistan. You were forced into Pakistan. You were doing this incredible work. And then you also were influenced by her subsequent publication. And how did Sisterhood is Global and later this Women's Learning Partnership influence you both as an organizer and as a politician?
Thank you so much, Ambassador Verver, and thank you, Mahnaz John, inviting me to this program, which is wonderful, and I'm very happy to see the legacy of our Iranian sister here. And thank you for your team, Ambassador Verver, for all the hospitality and arranging this very, very important symposium. So as an Afghan, the first female governor, actually, I'm sorry. I have to talk first about the claim of our rights. I was a refugee in Pakistan. The first period of power of Taliban. We have a saying that from the same hole, you shouldn't allow snake to beat you, but we did the same tajrba or experience. از اجازه ندین که از یک غار دوبار مار بگزیدانم. I hope that I could translate it in a better way, but it was happened to us. So the first time of Taliban, I was a refugee in Pakistan, in Peshawar. So I was working with AOL, one of run by Sakina Yaqubi, our education champion. She lives in United States. And she brought us this manual, Claim Our Rights. So it was really when first she trained us, and then because I was one of the teacher trainer, and then we supposed to train the other women on the refugee camps. When I read this manual, I saw that it is deeply, analyzed the Islamic society. passing the time with this communist regime and then jihadi and so many change in Afghanistan, I had a kind of revolutionary thought. But when I got trained by this manual, I thought that, okay, this is something that we have to change our mind. We have to take the middle, not very extreme right or extreme left. So this, and also, that manual was started started by, for example, our rights from the family, from home, up to the rights, of course, rights of education, rights of work, and many others. The end of the manual was our rights to politics. So it gives it was a kind of eye-opener for us that we have to deeply analyze our society. So it was really changed my attitude, and also it made me prepared to be for my future career as a governor, as a Minister of Women Affairs. So I realized that I have to work directly and connect directly with community. Of course, top-down is important, but how to work, how to convince, how to give confidence for women, especially on the community level, it is very important. So that was a kind of eye-opener for us. And of course, we started with women and the refugee camps, because one of the advantage of the best advantage of that manual was because it was referred to Islamic value. Each part was, for example, it was a homework for all women that they got training to think about that some surah or hadith about these rights for education and work and so many others. So it was a kind of weapon for us to fight against extremism and against this Islamist to convince them, to challenge them. So it was very important.
Another powerful example, Mahnaz, of the influence of your work. So then, Dr. Sarabi, you went on to become women's minister. Earlier, our friend was Minister of Women in Iran, and then on to be governor. And I'm wondering, what did you see as your accomplishments as governor? And especially, did you see it affecting the women in the province? Did you feel a certain responsibility to women and girls, being one of the few examples at the time of women's leadership in politics in Afghanistan?
Being the first female governor, it was a kind of shattering the glass ceiling. So, but in the society and the traditional and patriarchal society like Afghanistan, but it was not easy, to be honest, to run a province. It was the first time in the history of Afghanistan. So I had to, I disciplined myself that how to manage, how to work, how to lead the other staff or colleague. So sometimes I faced with humiliation, to be honest and to be frank, especially when there was a kind of conference, national conference in Kabul, and they were calling the government, the central government was calling upon to all governors to come together and share their report and talking about some policy. All around me, all of them, they were men. So some of them, they were not well educated. So it was after the jihadi period or Taliban. So they were a kind of, we call it in our society, arbab or khan. I'm sure that my Iranian sister also know that about that. In these arbabans or the head of community. So they were not very well educated. They didn't know how to how to change their behavior toward women. In the meeting or in break, sometimes they were joking, making joke, and it was really humiliating me. But I had to work with my male colleague or the other governor that they were a little bit polite and gentleman. So it's always coalition building is very important for women. So I wanted to show my authority and my position. On that time, sometimes I didn't feel that I'm a woman. I was acting or taking action according to my position. Otherwise, the men will not taking me seriously. So in this case, I was working very hardly from early in the morning up to late night, and I was very punctual and persuade my colleague to be punctual. And I was encouraging the subordinate for their small work to encourage them, and they have to think the ownership of their work. In this case, the people will understand that I'm someone that can run the province. And also, I started to connect with the community, listen them, and carefully. This is something that people needed to be listened. So and also I had the, it was I used to go to the district level, to the village, and talk with the people. And when we talk with the people and ask their problem, they will be very happy. They think that there is someone that at least they are she can think about me. So in this story, I can share that how it's difficult to be with the community level on the grassroots, that to convince them that women can run the country or lead the country. For women, it was really something something that they couldn't believe sometimes, especially whenever I was going to the district level. I used to take the other department, for example, the Director of Education, Health, and so many others, and rural development, that they have to go to the community level and see their problem. And of course, it was a kind of a caravan or a big run of vehicle. When the villager, especially women, they saw that a woman can lead a number of other staff, so they were they felt a kind of confidence that women can do something. So this is a legacy that we have to leave behind us, that it should be a positive and good legacy and a role model, that otherwise the door can be closed for the next generation, for the next level.
And that's the perfect segue in what I want to ask you now, which is, sadly, what's happened to women in Afghanistan under the Taliban is that they are victims of a systematic oppression. It is nothing less than gender apartheid. Everything is being done to erase their standing as individuals with dignity who have and should have a brighter future in every sphere. So we've been talking about history here and the value of archives. What can we do to make sure that Afghan women are not erased from their historical narrative? Your story, for example, their potential, for example. What can be done to, in these, especially these dark, dark times, to ensure that that doesn't happen?
First, let me to just share some of the information, for the latest information from Afghanistan. This survey is for the 31st of October. Now it's 1,500 days that the girls banned from secondary education. You know that 1,505 days, it's a long time that girls cannot go to education. What will be happen to their life, no? So 250 written and verbal directive has been issued by Taliban. But out of this 250, 160 of them, they are specifically for women to ban from education, healthcare, or going to the park, or many other. Actually, as you said, it is, the gender apartheid is going on in Afghanistan, and everybody can feel that one, and women are erased from public life. But still, this is something that women in Afghanistan is still resistance and standing and struggling and fighting for their rights, which will be hidden in their rooms. They are taking, a slogan and putting on the Facebook, and or bringing some 5-10 women. They are coming together and making a small gathering and making their slogan to flesh out that slogan. So something that you can do it, that respect these women. We have to respect them, to listen them, and expand or how to say it? Yeah, distribute among our network. So this is something that we cannot forget that. So you have done a great job with bringing women from Afghanistan as a white scarf. So there are so many prominent women. They have done a great job in Afghanistan in their history. They have a very, very, great story about their great job. So you can, your team, the Georgetown University Women, Peace and Security branch, and so your staff can identify these women, that how many of them they have, they have a good background, or at least their story or the history can be written. And do the interview and make it, put it in archive in the library or someone. This is something, or make the film, as one of our, for example, filmmaker Roya Sadat is making, and she did a lot of documentary film. So these documentary film and interview and other story will make the history, and the new generation will judge the women that they have done in the past.
So Dr. Sarabi's reference to these white scarves are during the horrible evacuation when the Taliban took over. We were aware, many of us were so aware of what was going to happen to people like her, women who had worked assiduously to bring democracy to Afghanistan and work in ways that the Taliban could never approve, and their lives would be at stake. And what I hear you saying, and this is a good call to action, even though we're not at the call to action part of the panel, which is record the histories now of the women here in the diaspora. So those stories are told, because they're all women of extraordinary achievement. So we're going to turn now to Dr. Shala Harry. She is professor of anthropology and the former director of the Women's Studies program at Boston University, one of the pioneers of Iranian anthropology, and she's produced cutting-edge ethnographies of Iran, Pakistan, and the Muslim world, and the author of several landmark books. Now, your most recent book, Dr. Harry, is The Unforgettable Queens of Islam, Chronicles of Women from the Quran, from medieval era, as well as the most recent past, who've ascended to the heights of political power. I find this 2,000-year spread extraordinary. You've had this overview view that you have shared now in your book. So tell us about women's leadership. Did it have parallels with Islamic history and current situations? Benazir Bhutto, for example, late Benazir Bhutto, president of Pakistan. Were there parallels between her more recent political history and with those going back decades, centuries even?
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mahnaz John, for being so great. It's just amazing to be here today celebrating Mahnaz's long life achievements. And I think what we need also to celebrate is Mahnaz herself as a person, as someone who has done such magnificent work, which I would like to come back to it later on. Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you for Georgetown University for the invitations and for this amazing event and also taking the old archive. I think this is just an amazing, it's to Georgetown's credit, I have to say, and I have to thank you, and of course, what Mahnaz has achieved is incredible. Now, as to for these women of power, and actually, the history of writing that book goes a little bit further, if I may just say a few words about that. As a professor, someone who loves to be with young students, talk with them, often I would find myself wondering, why is it that these young people don't see me as an individual, as a woman, Muslim, educated, middle class, right? Every time that I would be talking to them, the first question would be, why do women have to wear the veil? Well, they didn't see me as a woman standing in front of them and not being veiled. So what I started to do at almost the end of 1990s and early 2002, when my book was published, I started working on Muslim women, professional, educated, from upper middle class, who have been very much involved in their cultures as a profession, as a mother, as a sister, as a wife, and this amazing life they had. I was happy to listen to Sanam talking about her background, and I actually come more or less from the same background, and if I may say so, I have two grandfathers who were both Ayatollahs, but at the same time, all the daughters and granddaughters were educated, and you know, my mother was a teacher, never wore the veil, but not that my grandmother didn't wear the, she wore the veil. So it was just this comfortable coexistence. So I started talking to these women, and I was amazed of how much they have done and how little of them was known outside of their own culture. Particularly, I think this is true for Muslim women, for whatever we all know, perhaps prejudice, overall prejudice that they might be about Muslim women. In fact, when I was in Afghanistan in 2005, I was truly amazed by what many Afghan women have done, and I was dying to interview her, in fact, and I couldn't get a flight from Kabul to Bamia. So now I'm so delighted to meet you.
Now you're sitting together.
Yes, exactly. That's really my good luck. Now then, after that book, I thought about, well, have there been any women rulers in the Muslim world? Now, we all know that women have always held power. Women have always had power, but have always influenced that or exercised their power from behind the throne, behind the influential person, or even if there's not that influential person, there are many stories. Historically, we can, I mean, I have written my book, and they're well known outside of mothers who have influenced their sons when they came to power, sisters who have influenced their brothers, wives who have influenced their fathers. So the women of influence have always been there. And of course, they have created all kinds of worries for men of power, you know, or the philosophers. I mean, I'm sure many of you know about Nizam al-Mulk, who's been advising, you know, who's advised one of the kings, don't let your wife get so involved in the politics. But of course, she was very much. Much to his dislike. But then what I was most interested in was that whether or not there were women who've actually become rulers, not just working behind the throne, but being actually up there. And once they get up there, what do they do and how do they get to? What are the paths to power that enables women to get to that positions? Well, a few points that I can enumerate now. The most important one is a woman's charisma, personal charisma. And that is what I see in Mahnaz. And I will come back to it because I think she's the most charismatic person that I have known. And of course, we see the effects of it in the archives that you've got. But these women had to have a charisma. They come from big families, whether they were from medieval time or Benazir Bhutto. These women had brothers, they had sisters. They were not the only one in the family. But they had something in them. I mean, I call that what Hafiz, our most famous master lyricist, have called on. That on that these women had, that charisma, that gift from God, perhaps. But then that charisma is attractive. And men particularly become attracted to that. But most importantly, the father or the husband recognizes the importance, significance of this woman and the way she thinks, talks, behaves, leads, collaborates, cooperates, and he supports her, to the detriment sometimes of her sons. And that is, again, in the history book. That is true in the case of 13th century Razia Sultan in India, as well as the case of Benazir Bhutto in Pakistan. They both had a very important relationship with their fathers, but they distinguished themselves as a capable person, and they were supported by the father. It wasn't that he wasn't going, because he's a man or he's a father, he's not going to support her and support the son. He supported the daughter. So it's the charisma, it's the charisma of the woman, support of the patriarch, that is very, very important, but also the kinship and family. Again, just to go back to what Sanam was talking about, the importance of the family background one does have. Many women from other classes may be charismatic, but you have to have the wealth, you have to have the land, you have to have the power to be able to influence. So that is how that's how I found it. And if I might just say one more thing, and I think you mentioned to that, again, and I see it in relations to Mahnaz and these women whose lives I was just so fascinated with. It's the story that I begin the book with, the story of the Queen of Sheba in the book, which it is the story that is international stories, common to the Jews, Christians, and the Muslims. And in fact, many of these women have the same foresight that Queen manifested in her dealings with Solomon, King Solomon, who was so much more powerful, and he threatens her that, look, I'm going to come and throw you out of your beautiful garden. She understands, as Mahnaz and others did, to negotiate. She sends gifts, she negotiates, she talks, and ultimately she saves her people because he doesn't attack her.
Fascinating. Now, here's something else that's fascinating that I want to ask you about. You produced and directed a documentary called Mrs. President, following 6 of the 47 women presidential candidates in Iran, 47 candidates, in 2001. They put their names forward because the Iranian constitution does not specify the gender of eligible candidates, even though they knew their campaigns would be rejected by the Guardian Council. What did you learn about these women, their political ambitions from the filming of the movie? And what did each woman hope to change by running for president? And why is it important to preserve these stories as you've done in this film?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, it is important to preserve those stories because it is important to, yes, we have those stories ahead of us. I have to, again, start by a quick story. I was in, this is at the beginning, at the turn of the 21st century. We hear, or I read, that some women in Iran had nominated themselves as presidential candidates. And it blew my mind. What, in Iran at the turn of the century, the places that one could least expect anybody, because we did. I mean, the women's lives changed very drastically. So I wanted to know who these women were, but I was also waiting to see whether or not there is any reflection or any acknowledgement of the story in this part of the world. Not a peep from New York Times or any other newspapers about that. Who are these women? Why are they doing that? So, the anthropologist that I am, I went back to Iran that summer. I had just bought a camera, and I wanted to find out these women. I'm not an activist, but I'm an interested person. So I tried to call up, and I found out these women. And 6 of them I interviewed, plus 2 very well-known Iranian women. One is Shahla Sherkat, who's the editor of a very highly respected monthly magazine. The other one, Nushin Ahmadi Khorasani, in fact, whose book, Mahnaz, has had translated, 1 million signature campaign, Mahnaz had translated to English. Now, it is important to, for these women, were important to be represented, What is the expression in English? No representation without...
representation.
Right, I forgot exact the translation, but these women, and I really, like you, I wanted to know, what are they saying? And I remember I asked some of these women, one particularly very impressive woman, and I have to say all of them were veiled. That is to say, they had their scarves, and 2 had their long black robe. But then I often tell people, these were women who stood for president in the small Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that they had to stay, more or less, faithful to the Constitution. So they had to coach the language, the discourse within that running discourse. But this woman had a blue scarf and a black veil, very impressive, 60-some years old woman, director of a high school. So I asked her, I said, what gives you legitimacy to run for the presidency in a country like Iran? What do you think you can achieve? And without just, waiting, giving me a chance, she said, well, why not? Why not? And then she continued. She said, we have in the Quran the story of the Queen of Sheba. She was the ruler of her country. I can be the president of this country. And then she went on to tell me that, look, had it not been for the mothers of these rulers in this country, I mean, in Iran or other countries, men wouldn't be where they are. And she even went further. She said, had it not been for Khadija to help Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, had it not been for Mother Mary, the mother of Jesus, had it not been for mother of Moses, they wouldn't be there. So what I thought important after this very interesting conversation was how clever this woman was to quickly find legitimacy in the Quran, which is the highest source of authority for Muslims. And in addition to that, she knew the discourse, the ongoing discourse, and she coached her argument in that context. Another young woman, who actually she was highly veiled, and she was holding her veil in front of her face all the time, she said, look, I am as intelligent as men. Intelligence and running a country has nothing to do with the strength of your biceps. I mean, that's exactly the word that she uses. So these women thought that they were going to be able to help their country. And interestingly, they didn't talk just about women. They assumed of themselves, they projected that image that they are going to be the president of everyone.
Leaders of all.
So, yes.
Fascinating. So now we'll turn to Nadare Shamlou. She is a non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council's Empower Me initiative, Previously, she was a senior advisor at the World Bank for some 30 years, spanning several areas, including advisor to the chief economist of the MENA region. She has, like all of these women, a very lengthy CV, which I am truncating dramatically. But I would also note that she's a longtime expert, and this is when you and I got to work on women's empowerment issues, especially entrepreneurship and innovation. And she is a member of the Learning Partnership Board. So the connections to Mahnaz just keep coming up. You spent much of your career working in the development sector, including the World Bank. How does women's economic empowerment and autonomy fit into this picture? This is an often asked question. What links do you see between women's agency in the labor force and women's power in the political sphere? And are the same challenges there for women in the world of work as in the world of politics?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm so honored to be part of this panel. But allow me to take a little bit of a detour to get to this, to answer this question. First of all, I went to this school, to this university, so I am an alumni, and I'm so happy to kind of have
and
made
I never
this.
Knew that.
Yes.
Well,
in
welcome
1976, I came to the School of Foreign Service, and the reason was that I was dreaming to become a diplomat for my country. And part of the reason why I was dreaming this big was, due to the work that Mahnaz had done in terms of opening the doors and opening the perspective that we would have of ourselves in the economy. I mean, during the time of the Shah, the wind was in our sails, in the sense that we thought we could be anywhere. And in my view, I could say, well, I would like to become a diplomat, and I entered the School of Foreign Service, and in 1979, I graduated at the worst time possible, because not only was there no country, no diplomatic corps, in fact, in Iran, the women were sort of like forced to exit the labor force, so there was nowhere to go. I continued with my studies in economics, and I entered the World Bank, and for many, many years, I was just like floating here and there. There was not really, in most cases, I was one of the few women in my section. I remember the first time I met Mahnaz was in, no, let me just do one step away. I didn't understand the incredible work that Mahnaz and the Iranian, I would say, government had done in terms of the legal reforms. In 1979, I found out what laws were being retracted. This is when I suddenly realized that, oh my God, I had these rights. True that I could imagine myself in different, let's say, positions or so, but I didn't really understand gender, and I didn't understand the laws. And then, of course, I learned that these were the things that have been taken away from me. And then I sort of like learned about Mahnaz's work, and sometimes in some of my positions, I would call out to Mahnaz, and she was always so humble and generous with her time. We would have lunches together, and we would, kind of, talk about issues. And until 1995, when Beijing happened, and when Mrs. Clinton declared those very important words at Beijing, and they had an impact in the World Bank. And with Jim Wolfensohn, who was a close friend of the Clintons, and I think behind the scene was this lady, Ambassador Melanne Verveer, who was kind of marionetting everybody to do. And with Jan Piercy at being the executive director of the World Bank, suddenly the women at the World Bank had more opportunities, because then suddenly we were given opportunities that before they would, was the old boys network. So in a way, I owe my career also to a great degree to your work and to Mrs. Clinton's push and everything. So I want to thank you for that. When I said I was going from here there, I was a bond trader for some time. I was in oil and gas. I was in telecoms. And all of these sectors were considered to be hard sectors, the hard sectors of development. And then one time in 2000, I was approached to come to the Middle East and North Africa region and be the, among many other things, to also lead the gender agenda. And then I realized, oh my God, oil and gas was very, very easy. Telecom was easy. Everything was easy. Gender is the mother of all issues in development because, as you were saying, cross-sectionality doesn't end. It was just like history, tradition, culture, of course, religion, colonial, past, all of these things had so many different impacts on gender. And of course, the MENA region was, considered to be one of the most difficult areas for this advancement. I remember I reached out to Mahnaz, what do I do? I was pulling my hair, what can I do? And we decided to put, the World Bank decided to put together an advisory group, a regional advisory group. And lo and behold, half of these women had worked with Mahnaz before, so like Rabea in Morocco. So she had already prepared them very well to give us advice. Anyway, so I started to work on gender issues in the Middle East and North Africa region. And because I came from the private sector side of the bank, in other words, I was dealing with, finance and these sorts of things, I remembered that in Islam, we had a very, very strong role model of Khadija. I mean, in other religions, it's always the mother of the whatever, or the wife or whatever of the prophet. But here was this woman who, in her times, was an entrepreneur. And so whenever I went to the countries, I was always seeking the women entrepreneurs. And what was interesting is that many of them were really incredibly strong women, incredibly strong and very, very accomplished women. They had, how should I say, jumped over barriers that they even didn't know were barriers until afterwards they found out that, oh, yes, we were questioned for whatever license we were giving for hours and hours, and we didn't know that this was, we didn't know that it was us rather than every other applicant that went through these hoops and loops and whatever. So then I decided to really look at this segment of women who are very often overlooked. Because a lot of people would say, well, if she is a woman from the middle class or upper class, she has, she has everything. And we look always at the very small, poor women. Whereas these are the women who can be really leaders, because they have the networks, they have the connections, they have the know-how. When they open the newspaper, they look at the financial pages, they know how to negotiate, they know how to again, think about trade-offs, which are very important. So I started to really research that, and that's when I had the real pleasure to be working with you and build a network. And lo and behold, many of them have actually reached ministerial positions. Many of them have been tapped to lead, really critical leadership roles in their countries.
But this economic portal, so to speak, is so critical to women's empowerment of all kinds, including political empowerment.
Yes. Exactly what Mahnaz was saying in the video, that when you ask about women's when you ask women, okay, we want to give you, laws and regulations, and very often it deals with family laws. They say, well, what can I do if I get a divorce, or if I have to take care of my children, or if I'm widowed? I don't have the economic means to take care of my family. And that's where really promoting women's economic rights is as important, perhaps maybe even more important than the other rights, because with economic rights, if you have money, if you have resources, if you're independent, you can push for other rights as well. And that's one of the kind of philosophy, if I were to say, that I try to push forward, and that's what
So each of you has worked in parts of the world where women's political leadership ranks low. As you just said, the MENA region, countries like Iran and Afghanistan fall to the very bottom in just about every kind of ranking of women's political power. Are there ways to measure, to see how women are leading outside of the traditional measures of empowerment? Do we see that leadership manifested in other ways? And what are some of the acute challenges that need to be addressed in order to open up more space for women in decision-making?
I should have.
You can continue.
Well, at least from the Middle East and North Africa region, I can say that because we don't have elections in the normal way, parties, or just generally the normal ways that women in other countries have really fought their way up. Some countries have quotas for their parliaments. And in fact, I think the rate of women in parliaments is about 19%, 18-19%. It has grown quite a bit in the last few years. But I think that what has really distinguished, in my view, some of the countries in the MENA region is that the governments, the kings, the presidents, or whoever, have tapped in to have women in their cabinets, and have really taken some leadership in putting women in leadership positions that were previously mainly male-dominated. And in fact, I would like to say that UAE, as you know, the World Bank has appointed UAE as being a poster child for how to promote gender equality, which because of the fact that they have a specific minister for that, and they have appointed women, not just, they have appointed women to very critical portfolios, and I think that that's perhaps a way for the general public to get used to seeing women at the top, women being sort of like in leadership positions and commanding. That's important. Commanding men in their ministries. So that is, we have had a woman prime minister recently in Tunisia and so on. I think that progress is being made, but mostly through governments, not through the parliament and elections.
Sarabi, your political career gave Afghan girls a model of what was possible. And Dr. Hari, your books and films work to improve the representation of Muslim women leaders in a world that often falls back on stereotypes. How can we lift up models for the next generation, especially during this period of backlash that women are experiencing? Who wants to go?
Well, I should have said what Azar said. I don't like to be there first, but let me try that. If I may just say something about what Nader was saying about women being in the parliament.
Please.
And women being in the parliament and being
ministers,
influential, and being able to initiate, not only being a model, but initiating help. But I also want to go back to what Mahnaz had done as a director of the women's organization. And I have to say here that Mahnaz and I have a 40-minute conversation together. I interviewed Mahnaz, and she was kind enough to let me talk to her so much for so long. And this is a long time ago, when it was in 1992 when we did that. So what I want to come back to that and what Mahnaz did and how important it is in terms of having other channels to get women to, first of all, recognize their own rights and be able to perhaps get some money. And that's where she started influencing or establishing these centers all over the country in all these small towns, villages, and having women to be responsible for running the children's Mahad Kudak, children, kindergartens and things like that. So that was one way of not only enabling women economically, but making them understand that they can be very important and all together, collaborative working together, they can be even influential in terms of changing perhaps the policies. So that is one way of just doing that. And I think this is the lesson, again, that I learned from Mahnaz, and Mahnaz has been pursuing that all along as a, to listen, to learn, to collaborate, to cooperate, and then to include everyone. In other words, to learn what is on the ground before you come up with some models or theoretical point of view. So that is very important. I don't really know what models I can offer other than what I have learned from Mahnaz, but what I can tell, I go to Iran often, although I haven't been there lately for about 5-6 years. I am consistently impressed by what I see young people, but particularly young women, are doing. They have been so creative, inventive, involved. You go there are so many plays that you don't know, whether or not you can make it the whole time that I am there. And we can see the result of that in women, life, freedom. I mean, women, life, freedom had a history behind it, Mahnaz, and then even before that, but then it became more and more organized, more and more widespread, more and more people became aware of the gender apartheid and the gender discriminations. And what seems that these women's movements are starting from, way before Mahnaz, but really becoming formulated under Mahnaz and continue, is that women's movement, or in whatever form they were able to make men aware of what is going on. In other words, I think the women's movement in Iran from many years ago till now has led to an awakening of men. There seems to be a paradigm shift in Iran. And it's really amazing. You realize that men have realized, many young men have realized that patriarchy is not just oppressive of women. It's just as oppressive of many men. So they learn to support their sisters, their mothers, their wives, and their friends, other women. So my feeling is that this has to continue, and it has continued, and that's how women will be able eventually to lead their countries and lead their communities, their families into some sort of more balanced relationships.
And it is interesting, as you said, that Women, Life, Freedom started with the women, but is really spread all over the country to every sector of society, men and women, and young and old.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's really one of those very important, profound slogans that it has ever come to the public's attention, pretty much like the French Revolution when you had fraternité, liberté. I mean, this is pretty much
زن زندگی آزادی مرد میهن.
That's right.
There is a second verse which is men, women, life, freedom, men, country, progress, or
yeah,
interesting. Very inclusive.
That's the
case in Afghanistan is very different. You know that even Afghanistan cases in the world is very different. You cannot see any country that it can be banned for education for girls. And so this is a dark period of Afghan people. But women in Afghanistan are still resisting, and they are very resilient, and we have to appreciate them. The only help or assistance that we can do it with the online education. So this is, that the time when the internet was cut off for 48 hours, so it was really a big shock for all women because they would depend to internet and the online education, online training program, online, medical help and everything. So it was really a big shock. But fortunately, with some pressure and some influence, of course, it was intentionally they cut the internet. The other thing that we can do, or all other women can do for Afghan women is the mentorship, because they need some kind of consultation, something on the mentorship that they can listen the other and also relieve themselves. So this is very important for them at this moment, and support the online education somehow. For example, 2 days ago, I was with this annual program of the American University, the gala event, and so they have been graduated. There was 200 Afghan graduated from the American University in Doha. It's a big achievement. Among them, there were some girls. So this kind of program or smaller program everywhere can help them. So, give them platform, give Afghan women platform to raise their voice. The previous panel speaker said that the world will not die, but the world will forget. So there are so many things in different parts of the world, but Afghanistan case will be forget. So please do not forget Afghanistan case.
And I think that's such an important point, because so often we hear from Afghan women, the international community seems to have forgotten about us and given up, but we've not given up. And I think that sense of continuing support, however it can be manifested today, is really important. We're going to turn to all of you now for any questions you might have for any of our panelists. Teresa Lohr, I see your hand up.
Shah of Iran create the women's ministry, and how did he come to pick you?
Well, first of all, it wasn't the Shah of Iran. He had nothing to do with it. It was actually the atmosphere of the time. There was a Mexican conference, UN conference, had just taken place shortly before, and there had been a huge amount of activity and special events at every town and part of the country, and there was so much inside-outside connection, and especially with the United Nations. And because, as I said, the Shah didn't have anything to do with it, but the Shah's sister had a lot to do with it, because she was Princess Ashraf, who had spent a whole lifetime, on women's issues, and was very, committed to international work and also to women and to all of that. Because she was something like 24 years old when she went to Russia and met with Stalin, and Stalin was overwhelmed with her and so forth. So she was the one who was after it. And what happened was Françoise Giroux came to Iran, and she was the French lady who became Minister of Women, the first one. And she didn't, as I mentioned in the conversation with Christian, she really didn't have any idea of what Minister of Women is or whatever. But at the same time, all of us, François, all of the people who were working for women, they all had thought that we need to have a foot in the government, We have to have a place in the government, because that's where decisions are made and that's where things can happen. And so there was the idea of wanting that, but we didn't know what kind of thing, whether it would be ministry, whether it will be some other thing, a particular item. And we'd had, of course, representatives in Congress. So I think I didn't want to mention that it didn't have anything to do with the Shah, but I just wanted to say that he didn't have any opposition to it, and of course it was part of the idea of modernity, which was the main idea of the whole country at the time. So that's how it happened. And you know, it was not an easy thing. And right afterwards, there were about, I don't know, one after another, a number of people had also the same thing, had ministers. And all of them have similar issues. I don't know whether I should say this to you or not, but when we had, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much time, but when we got a meeting years later of ministers of women, at that time there were only 2, but then later they added and so forth, we had a meeting of the ministry, ministers of women, there were some 20-something, when we talked about each other and what the problems were hilarious, you know. Like one of the main problems was having a toilet. I mean, it was amazing because all of the places where government high-level people were had men's rooms. They didn't have any women's rooms. So we had things as extraordinary as that to share. But in terms of holistic decisions and so forth, really the Ministry of Women had a lot of power, no matter how they found it and how they administered it. It made a huge difference in wherever it was started working, and a lot of change was made by that. And a lot of good ideas came out of it. I don't know if I answered you or not. Okay,
Could I add something?
Yes,
to
of
Mahnaz?
course.
I think coming back to what Mahnaz was saying, you know, Iran was going through a very huge period of expansion and really record growth, economic growth. And one of the things that the country needed was an expanded labor force. And the only where the labor force could be added was actually through women. So this is why a lot of the reforms had to be made in order to allow women to participate in the labor force. I mean, Iran had a shortage of labor to the point that they were importing labor from elsewhere. So the economic factor, economic push to liberate women because they were under the control of their husbands and fathers was very important for the development of the country, and that's where Mahnaz came in very in time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be part of this symposium, Ms. Mahnaz Afkhami. Thank you for your leadership. Ambassador River, thank you so much for hosting the symposium. It was very inspiring for my generation, my daughter's generation. When we are frustrated with the situation, this is the thing we needed. My first question, so my name is Nahid Farid. I'm a former parliamentarian from Afghanistan. I call myself a former lawmaker and also a parliamentarian in exile. The same as a minister in exile as Mr. Rabi. My first question is to you, Mr. Rabi. Yes, Afghanistan is under a gender apartheid regime. The Taliban is replicating so many policies of apartheid regime that have been imposing in South Africa. But they are built in patriarchy and misogyny as well. They are adding to the extremism cycle. They are thinking like if they continue to impose those policies against education for girls and women, then an educated woman would definitely do not give her son to an extreme group, right? An educated family will give their son to a modern society. So how can we as women in diaspora break and avoid that cycle of extremism that can be foot soldier for the Taliban in the other decades if they continue to stay in power? And my other question, or to Ms. Hairi and Ms. Chamlo. Iranian regime had the privilege of, Iranian women's rights and human rights movement had the privilege of having international community as a opposing Iranian regime. Like there has to be a regime change in Iran. Regime change was the message of international community. That's not the case for Afghan people. We in diaspora do not receive the same support from international communities to say Taliban are not prone to reform. Taliban have to go. There is a regime change message. This is not actually the case for Afghan people. How we can bring international community to that point that Taliban 2.0 is not existing. A regime of patriarchy and misogyny, like Ayatollah's regime in Iran, cannot be reformed. There has to be a way to get rid of them. And what is your message? How we can replicate your strategy to, after 4 decades, we don't sit down as Afghan women and say, oh, we still have the Taliban. We really want them to go away so our country flourish. Thank you.
Dr. Sarabi, you want to start on the extremists?
Okay. Yes, Naijan, your question has 2 aspects. One aspect is from the social fabric, and the other aspect is political, larger political aspect. The social aspect, you know that both of us, we know that Afghanistan is more than 4 decades that it's engaged with war, conflict. With a war-torn country, what we can expect from the people. So the fabric of the families and the society have been shattered. So when families sending their sons to go to fight, so this is really, or to fight, to take gun to bring something on the table to feed the family. You know, poverty is a big problem. You know better than me. So it was one of the reasons, and of course the lack of awareness and education on the rural area. Of course, the unsecure area made that problem bigger and bigger, and the relation with the Pakistani madrasa was a big problem, that all these poor families sent their, majority of these poor families sent their sons to Pakistani madrasa, and they brainwashed and changed to an extremist person. So this is one of the biggest reasons. Unless we can work through the society, through the community on the on base of the community level, and educate them and teach them, and they can learn, the extremism will not, avoid. We cannot avoid extremism from Afghanistan. The other aspect is upper. The political, how to say, the superpower that, when I am the age of, over 60. I have seen 6 collapse in my time. So how Mujahideen came to power, you know better than me. How Taliban came to power, and then, so this is the second time that Taliban is taking power. So this is it's a kind of willingness on the superpower that Afghanistan, unfortunately, we are the victim of all these superpower clashing. Russia, China from that side, and the Western country from this side. And so we have a saying in Farsi that do go jang kardan babakshin paymish shikast. So this is we are that mesh. This is a saying. How to translate it in English? Pardon? Do go jangidan paymish mish gosfand modar mish gosfand. Mish. Poi Mish. Uh-huh. Yeah. The sheep. Uh-huh. The sheep. Yeah, the lamb broken the leg. So this is
bad odds.
Collateral damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, there is an interesting story, again, just to that effect. It's a story of the Queen of Sheba when...
she keeps reappearing.
She does, and it's amazing the wisdom that that woman had, which I can see it some here. She says when she takes Solomon's threat to her advisors, who happen to be old men, and says, look, there's this person, there's this powerful leader who wants to come and fight with us. What do you advise me to do? They say, look, we are men of power. You are the leader. You decide. We follow you. And then she says, no, when men of power fight, when two big elephant fights, only the grass gets held. I mean, this is not exactly the Quranic. In the Quran, it says when two kings come to a village and fight, only the people get hurt. So this is the story. Yes. But I was going to say that there's a precedent for that in the Quran.
I want to share one thing more, Nahijan, that I share my warning for the world. The extremism will not stay in Afghanistan. Believe me. Believe me. I have said this several times in different platforms, from UN and top leader up to the all policymaker, that the extremism will not stay in Afghanistan. It will, all the region and all country around Afghanistan will suffer extremism. Believe me, one day the extremism will knock every door in the region and come to the Europe and the Western country.
And recognition of the Taliban is not going to be anything that is good news. So
this is a politic game.
The question on...
Well, Nigel, that was a tough question you asked.
Very tough.
Well, I mean, there's so much one could wish one could talk. If I understood your question correctly, you're saying that as opposed to what happened in Afghanistan, where the international opinion said, let them stay, in the case of Iran, it was, change them. Well, in neither case, the opinion was correct. And I agree with Habiba John that in Afghanistan, I mean, I've been there just briefly, but I know, fortunately, many Afghan people, and they're basically very mellow people. I don't know where the Taliban have come from, but history has to be understood in long term. We can't just understand the Taliban in the past 20 years, 10 years, 4 years. They're not going to stay there forever. And the arc of history is more towards moderation and then, people coming to get their understanding. But more important than that, I think the families should understand to train their kids, their sons, that when they bring up their daughters and their sons, to be more understanding of each other's rights. So if we are searching for equality, for gender justice, for that, we have to start from the family. So maybe, they start in Afghanistan, but that's what has happened in Iran. That is, in fact, what has happened in Iran. Many families, many parents have realized that, particularly those after the revolution. And by the way, I like to say here, the revolution was not Islamic because it was a popular revolution. Although soon people realized that what mistakes they had made, but by then it was too late because the religious, the clerics was able to consolidate the power. So it starts from the family. Change starts from the family. They have to train their kids, the boys particularly, to be aware of the sisters, the rights, and, like the equality between the two genders. Also, many in Iran don't want regime change, I have to tell you. They want a gradual change. Nobody is looking for revolutions because they know how devastating the result of the revolution was. So, I mean, it's a matter of just, to some extent, waiting and see what happens.
Yes.
the one thing that to remember in Iran is that the women and men who fought during the women right freedom and several different movements before that, because this was not the only one, were raised by mothers and grandmothers and grandfathers who were raised during the time of Mahnaz. And I think the same thing is happening in Afghanistan, that the next generation is being raised by mothers and by grandmothers and by others who kind of breathed a little bit the freedom, the air of freedom in the last 20 years that passed. And I have to say that I've worked with some Afghan women, and I am so impressed with them, one after the other. So there is a big kind of, I would say, cohort of very capable women outside and inside of Afghanistan that is not going to let go of the next generation. And I'm very hopeful that the next generation, or at least even this generation, will be able to claim its rights.
Is there one more question, possibly? Yes. One more, that's all we have time for. Sorry.
So my question is a follow-up from Nahid's question, and it was so wonderful to listen to all of you. But my question is specifically for Dr. Sarabi, and thank you so much for your leadership. And I wanted to ask your advice for those of us who are working in solidarity and support of Afghan women's movements. What do you think our top priorities for international action should be now? Focusing on codification of the crime of gender apartheid, as so many Afghan women have been calling for, and we know next year is a critical moment because of the drafting of the Crimes Against Humanity Convention. Should we be focusing more on supporting Afghan women, refugees, and those who need to leave the country? Should we be focusing more on the political question that the ambassador mentioned of opposing any recognition and normalization of the Taliban? Maybe we should be doing all of these things, but in any case, I would really like to be guided by your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karima John. This is something that always raising in different conferences and different meeting and platform, that what's the Afghan women priority. So of course there are different idea, but many think about the education. Education is the first priority. I'm not talking about education. My thought is a little bit different. I think my thought is about inclusivity. So if the Taliban, if there is no change on the Taliban system or Talibanism in Afghanistan, there will be nothing change. Not the gender apartheid, and nor the education, nothing else. So we can bring change through the system, the Taliban system, through the inclusivity. If there will be some well-educated people, of course we do have a big number of well-educated people inside Afghanistan, including different ethnic groups, so this mentality will bring change among the Taliban. As Mujahideen changed the same. So when Mujahideen took power in Afghanistan, so they were the same, like Taliban. I have the experience. So, but gradually they change. I mean, it's not possible. No one can act military in Afghanistan. So if the change can be gradually, so the change should come from inside the system. Inclusivity, different idea, different, perspective will make a change within the system. Of course, it doesn't mean that we should ignore gender apartheid or codification of gender apartheid, or we cannot tackle with the refugee problem and others. But it means, for me, change should come from the system, and unless the system cannot be changed, nothing can be changed. This is my idea.
So let's just take that last question from Karima and extend it more broadly. What can we do to best support women's leadership in our own countries, or in the world more broadly? To each of you, and then lastly, what gives you hope? Because a lot of folks are feeling quite depressed these days about where we're all headed as a country and a world.
Well, I'm waiting for this evening to see where the elections are going to come up, because I think that's going to be probably a glimmer of hope of where this country is going.
Inshallah.
Because when this country moves this way or that way, it could have implications around the world. But I think that, you know, the train has left the station in many ways. Maybe the speed will be slower or faster at times, but it has left the station. I don't think that there is any way that we can tell this generation of young women to take a step back, even though this lady, Helen Reynolds, has been talking about the feminization, not feminism, but feminization of the workplace. In other words, women coming in and has been the root of all the problems in the United States. I think that this is, you know, there's no way of stopping women. And I have a granddaughter and I have a grandson, and there is no way that I can sort of like envision a world where my granddaughter has to take a step behind my grandson. So I think that we are going to move forward. Maybe when we come back, I'd like to say a few words about the archives, about Mahnaz's archives.
Why don't you do that now, because we're going to conclude.
I see. Well, I just want to say that what an important job and what an important step Georgetown University has taken in housing and in welcoming this archive. I have been doing some archival. I mean, I'm writing a book on a topic that is very, very controversial in the Iranian history. It's about the oil nationalization, and I see that all of these books have been written by men, and I have access to primary archives, and when I look at the primary sources, I read things very differently than what the interpretations of these books have been. So I am 100, maybe 1,000% in favor of having really a lot of access to primary data, because the primary data can be interpreted 5 years from now very differently, 10 years from now from different, and I think that Georgetown is sitting on a gold mine of archives across, women's issues and across Iranian history, and very much thank you and the Dean of Library for allowing us, particularly in Washington, D.C., to house this. Thank you very much.
And I'll just make a pitch at the end to follow up on that anybody sitting here in this room with documents to their experiences that in politics or related fields, we welcome them coming to the library as well, because we really want to build this whole area of women's leadership concentration.
Well, let me just take it from where Nader just left that. I am just really, really interested in reading your interpretations of the oil crisis. And for that matter, I like the way you connected with the archives and the importance of archive. And then, yes, really to the university's credit to have taken these archives. So I think, again, I agree with Nader. I think the world has changed. Women have gained power, women have gained recognitions, women have gained visibilities, and they found their voices. Again, just to use Mahnaz as an inspiration, things are just not going to go back. There is a lot of tension, there is a lot of jockeying for position. Many men from whatever background, in whatever societies, feel threatened by women who have gained power, who've gained knowledge, and who know, how or what kind of world they want to have. But then I want to end with what Mahnaz had suggested in the end at the end of her memoir, and when she talks about her approach to women learning partnership, is the importance of men and women working together and trying to make a better world, not to compete with each other, but to collaborate. And this has been her, I think, their winning card when she was in Iran and doing work with women's organizations. She understood how to approach all these powerful men who've always, throughout their lives, throughout their history, ruled the country. Now they just have to be approached, very carefully. And she was able to get them involved, encouraged into women's activities, and then start new work. But there's always a pushback. There's always people who don't want that. So it's just interactions, a dialect, and a dialogue and a discourse, and one has to keep at it. But I really truly believe that the paradigms have changed, or the train has moved out, and there is a recognition on the part of many men in many parts of the world that to have a good world, to have a good family, to have a good life is to collaborate, to cooperate, to listen, to share ideas together.
The last word, Dr. Sarabi.
Yes, I want to congratulate Mahnaz Afkhami and also Ambassador Verver for your effort and step that you have taken for this collection and having the archive, which is the history, and it will be really, valuable for all the new generation. But I want to take this opportunity, the last comments on the Karima John's question. The codifying gender apartheid will be a big punch for Taliban. This is something, and they are afraid of these type of things. I think we shouldn't, this is something that I want to say, that we shouldn't forget the codification of gender apartheid. But anyway, thank you very much, and congratulations, Mahnaz John and Ambassador Verver.
And let's thank this extraordinary panel. And is Professor Madhavi Sunder in the room now? Okay. She is the Professor of Law and Associate Dean for International and Graduate Studies at Georgetown, and the Board Chair for the Women's Learning Partnership for Rights, Development, and Peace. We've not been adding those three words, but they're powerful words: rights, development, and peace. So we welcome her, and we will exit our own roles here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's all yours. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am honored to have this privilege of delivering some closing remarks at this extraordinary symposium. And I'm speaking here today wearing both of my hats, one as a professor of law here at Georgetown University Law Center, and the other as the board president of the Women's Learning Partnership, the transnational women's rights partnership that was founded by Mahnaz Afkhami a quarter century ago. So in my role as WLP's president, I have had a front row seat and have been so privileged to have that viewing spot, witnessing Mahnaz's transformative transnational leadership. I have also had the great privilege to have met in person and to have learned from many of the revolutionary women who are featured in this archive that we're celebrating today, from Sakina Yakubi of Afghanistan, and Jacqueline Patangue of Brazil, to Asma Kader of Jordan, Zaina Anwar of Malaysia, Rabia Nasiri of Morocco, Aisha Imam of Nigeria, Thoraya Obaid of Saudi Arabia, and of course, the incomparable Mahnaz Afkhami herself. As a legal scholar at Georgetown, I have in fact studied the work of these reformers. I have called them the philosophs of a new enlightenment, because like the founding fathers in revolutionary America, these women of letters, scholars, statespersons, lawyers, journalists, educators, and activists have in fact laid the foundation for transformational democracy around the world, what Mahnaz Afkhami herself calls, quote, the architecture of new human relations, unquote. I have studied and written about the way these women reformers have changed our understanding, fundamentally, of law itself, of religion, of human rights, of freedom, and equality itself. Most notably, I've highlighted that these reformers have pioneered a new way of thinking about and developing rights that is grounded in everyday women's right to question and forge their own identities, including in their local, cultural, religious, national, and international communities. So this is why I call these reformers featured in this important new archive philosophers of a new enlightenment, because this enlightenment is led by women from non-Western and often developing countries, and because they are creatively, courageously, and collaboratively fighting for freedom and equality for women in all spheres of life. In the public sphere, of course, but also in the family and in the religious and cultural communities that give our lives meaning. As a member of the Georgetown community, I am incredibly proud that these papers, photos, films, and memorabilia capturing their knowledge and the history of the global women's rights movement of the past quarter century are housed in the library of our university. This archive will be critical to Georgetown University continuing to play a leading role as the premier site of learning and training of new generations of scholars and leaders forging global democratic and inclusive governance. Next slide, please. So this exceptional gift of the Afkhami collection, I understand there have been incredible conversations here all day, but I wanted to make sure that before we ended the day, we got to see a bit of the highlights of what's in the archive and its tremendous scope and potential. So this gift consists of the personal papers of Mahnaz Afkhami and her late husband, the respected scholar Dr. Gholam Reza Afkhami, as well as the archives and library of the Foundation for Iranian Studies. Much that would document democratic leadership during the early 1970s in Iran was destroyed in the revolution. The Afkhami collection fills that gap and illuminates the dynamic and often contradictory context of pre-revolutionary Iran, as well as the late and early 21st century global women's rights movement. And much of what I'm just going to show you in terms of these highlights have already been provided to you by Kelly Shannon, who has created this extraordinary booklet highlighting and describing the highlights in the archive, and these are Kelly's slides here as well, but I wanted to make sure that we pointed all this out. So this archive includes a remarkable 146.2 cubic feet of manuscript materials, 6,250 books, 180 oral history interviews with notable Iranian figures, periodicals in Persian and English, including full runs of FIS's two influential Iranian studies journals, Iran Nameh and Iran Shanasi, an archive of Persian music, Iranian art and photography, and materials from Iran's royal family. And of course, the part that I am more familiar with is this quarter-century history of the global women's human rights movement that Mahnaz helped to build and lead from exile in the United States. So I personally first encountered Mahnaz's work when I was a law student around the time of the UN Fourth World Conference in Beijing in 1995. But I didn't realize that she had already been at the forefront of women's rights globally for 2 decades since 1975. Next slide, please. In reading Mahnaz's masterful memoir, The Other Side of Silence, published in 2022, which is a must-reading for everyone, I learned in more detail of Mahnaz's work before the Iranian Revolution, first in her role as Secretary General of the Women's Organization of Iran, and later as the First Minister of Women's Affairs in Iran, a cabinet-level position advising the Shah. Next slide, please. So the archives include posters, pamphlets, photos, literature, and more documenting the Women's Organization of Iran's movement from 1970 to 1979. Just seeing this history, how the women dressed, how they asserted their rights in the family and the public sphere, what mattered to them, and how they were emboldened to express those ideas, counters tropes of Muslim and Iranian women as passive victims, and helps to lay a foundation for a new structure of human relations that remains our critical ongoing project. Next slide, please. As leader of the WOI, Mahnaz toured hundreds of villages, speaking with thousands of women from every class, religion, and walk of life to understand their priorities. Here is a photo of her in the archive collection on one of these listening tours. It was with this role that Mahnaz began a lifelong career of building an agenda and movement for women's freedom and equality that emerged from the aspirations of everyday women at the grassroots level. She took their knowledge seriously and put it into action. Later, as Iran's first Minister for Women's Affairs, Mahnaz led the passage of the most progressive and most pro-woman family law in the region ever. The work and historic successes of the WOI and of Mahnaz in her role as Iran's first Minister for Women's Affairs, represented in this archive, demonstrate that Iran was a global leader in women's rights before the revolution of 1979. And here is another photo of Mahnaz. She's front row, fifth from the left, and other women's organization of Iran representatives in China in 1973 when the WOI traveled to Beijing, Shanghai, and Hangzhou. Next slide, please. Here is, of course, Mahnaz at the Special Preparatory Committee for the first UN Conference of Women in Mexico City in Mexico in 1975. That meeting included delegates from 23 countries and they were planning the upcoming UN conference. Mahnaz, as Secretary General of the WOI at the time, represented Iran. Next slide, please. The archives include this declaration by Her Imperial Highness Princess Ashraf Pahlavi to the Secretary General of the United States on the occasion of the International Women's Year 1975. So the archive on this occasion, here we go, sorry. On this occasion, the princess, to demonstrate the seriousness of Iran's commitment, created the position of the Minister of State for Women's Affairs in December 1975. Then Mahnaz became Iran's first and only Minister for Women's Affairs. Next slide, please. Here is Mahnaz at an Iranian cabinet meeting circa 1976, just the one woman in this sea of men, and this is just such an extraordinary photo. Next slide, please. In her role as Minister for Affairs for Iran, she engaged world leaders, including then US President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter. Next slide, please. The success of the Iranian women's movement in the 1970s, we all know, was cut short prematurely. Revolution forced Mahnaz and so many others into exile in the US, but this trauma did not diminish her optimism, commitment, or vision of a world of gender equality everywhere. Demonstrating extraordinary resilience and leadership in the decades that ensued, Mahnaz became the founder and visionary and charismatic leader of two transnational women's rights organizations. First, the Sisterhood is Global Institute, or SIGI, and then the Women's Learning Partnership, or WLP. Next slide, please. And the archive includes illuminating papers recording the early history of both of these critically important organizations to the transnational women's rights movement. In 1984, Mahnaz and Robin Morgan together founded the Sisterhood is Global Institute, or SIGI, and Mahnaz served as president of SIGI from 1996 to 2000. Next slide, please. I first encountered Mahnaz's transformational scholarship during her time at SIGI. In 1996, she co-authored a transformative and revolutionary women's human rights training manual called Claiming Our Rights. I read about the manual first in the New York Times. Its pioneering approach was heralded as a possible response to the rise of Islamic fundamentalism and the Taliban in Afghanistan in particular. I was in law school at Stanford at the time and began researching this manual, Claiming Our Rights. I began comparing it to other women's human rights training manuals at the time. Later, as a junior law professor, I published my first tenure article on claiming our rights in the Yale Law Journal in 2003. I argued that traditional human rights manuals viewed religion and rights in opposition. Women had a choice to accept discriminatory treatment within religious communities or freedom and equality in the public sphere, but outside of their religious community. So it was your religion or your rights. You had to choose. Claiming Our Rights, co-authored by Mahnaz and Hala Vaziri, rejected this impossible choice and developed a methodology for breaking through the impasse. The manual presented hypothetical scenarios to engage women, again, at grassroots levels through training sessions. The sessions were designed to embolden women to ask questions about religious and legal codes and how they affected them. Even more revolutionary, I argued, is that women would then begin to reconstruct how those codes could better align with their own aspirations. Claiming Our Rights fostered democratic deliberation in the public sphere, to be sure, but also in the private spheres of religion and culture. I argued that in this manual, we could hear the rumblings of this new enlightenment. The manual questioned traditional assumptions that rights, reason, and autonomous participation and speech belong purely in the public realm. And Mahnaz herself recognized the democratic and liberatory potential of the method, stating, quote, "It's radical, because it's a new way of going the furthest that one can in allowing people to make choices and to have autonomous definitions of their identity, both spiritual and otherwise. It allows people, for many millions for the first time, to think that it is possible to relate to God directly, to relate to culture directly, and to make their own sense of what it means," unquote. And this Claiming Our Rights manual from the 1990s, late 1990s, has been translated into 12 languages. Next slide, please. SIGI continued to lead at the highest levels to promote the idea that women's rights are human rights. Here is SIGI leader Fatima Mernissi with then First Lady Hillary Clinton, and there again is Mahnaz in the room where it happens. Next slide. In 2000, Mahnaz and other global partners, including Afas Mahfouz, Jacqueline Petenge, Zenabor Tadesi, Hafsat Abiola, and Marian Wright Edelman, many of whom are here today, founded yet another critical transnational women's human rights organization, the Women's Learning Partnership, or WLP. And WLP has continued to publish revolutionary curricula in the tradition of claiming our rights. Leading to Choices, shown here, has been translated into more than 20 languages. In its first 25 years, WLP, a partnership of 20 autonomous women's rights organizations from around the world, has trained over 100,000 women and youth in leadership development across 80 countries, equipping them with the skills and confidence to lead change in their communities. WLP has supported feminist leaders in spearheading the passage of dozens of women's rights laws and helped 137 women to date secure elected office in the last 5 years. And WLP has published more than 900 leadership and advocacy sources in 30+ languages, reaching grassroots activists worldwide. The archives reflect the theory and practice of this global women's rights movement, which has helped to lead reforms of family law in the Maghreb, reforms of laws to redress violence against women and unequal inheritance, to promote economic justice, and to help train the next generation of women in the political sphere. The Afkhami archive at Georgetown University, founded upon a half-century of women's knowledge from the global South, stands in sharp contrast to the archives of revolutionary men that dominate historic archives. The archives continue Mahnaz's lifelong project of building a foundation for democratic relations in all spheres of life, from the public sphere to the family to one's religious and cultural communities. The archives reflect the foundation of the Women's Learning Partnership, respect for women's knowledge, leadership through sharing knowledge and cultivating a knowledge community, and empowering women as change agents. Finally, I want to note that the Afkhami archive is particularly fitting for study here at Georgetown University, where we can learn from the hopes and aspirations of women who love their faith, and so much so that they refuse to exit it and rather demand freedom and faith. Thank you, Mahnaz, for this incredible gift to Georgetown University and to future generations. You have now created yet one more knowledge community. This gift will no doubt inspire generations of scholars and leaders to continue and to finish the necessary and worthy endeavor of restructuring human relations. Thank you, Mahnaz. And next, we have the privilege of hearing a message from President Mary Robinson. That's coming next. Oh, I think she's coming onto the screen.
I'd like to begin by saluting my dear friend Mahnaz for donating her archives to the Georgian Institute for Women, Peace and Security, and to salute Milan Verveer for having the wit to realize that this was a legacy well worth receiving and well worth celebrating. As you know, Mahnaz has had an extraordinary life, and she was the Iranian women's rights activist who became the first minister for women's affairs in the Iranian cabinet of 1976 to 78, I think it was. And more importantly to me, she founded and was president for decades of the Women's Learning Partnership. But when Mahnaz wrote her memoir, and I very much encouraged her to do this, she wrote far more about the global women's movement than about herself. And when she sent me the proofs at an early stage, I said, yes, this is very interesting, Mahnaz, but why don't you put more of yourself into it? Why don't you, tell your own story more? And she said immediately in response, that's what my editor has told me, but actually I'm more interested in the global women's movement. And I think that was typical of the Mahnaz that I knew. It was always about others, always about other women, always about women's rights, always about the cause, the campaign, human rights, feminism, all of these values that she wrote about so clearly. She didn't just write, she wrote many other books and publications and parts of books and gave lectures very widely, and of course had a lot of other organizations as well. And Mahnaz has been involved in a number of organizations and has advised human rights bodies. And I remember when I had finished my 5 years as UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and moved to New York, she was a key figure at the time in the whole human rights and women's movement during my 8 years in New York, and we worked very closely together. But it was the Women's Learning Partnership which I found the most fascinating. She founded it, as I recall, in the year 2000, and it was a rather unusual, I would say quite unique organization because it's a genuine partnership. I learned that each of the partners is independent and basically co-equal, and they just amplify and reinforce each other in this partnership and learn from each other. And I must say, at the meetings that I attended, I learned a huge amount of the reality of people's lives in countries in the Middle East. We met in Jordan, we met in other places where at the time women's rights were under some stress, and probably it's much worse now, partly because of the crisis in the Middle East, but also this fractured global world that we have. But it was not only the Middle East, it was also parts of Asia, parts of Latin America, women coming together, sharing their stories in a wonderful sisterhood, a loving, affirming sisterhood that was a model for a true feminist approach, showing that women can have great strength, that they can draw on from each other and with each other in a way that we need more of in our world today. And of course, Mahnaz continues to be a champion of women's leadership. And that brings me to the woman herself. Mahnaz is quite shy, and she's also very modest. She loves to open up to talking about women's rights, about campaigns, but it's hard to draw her out on herself. The one thing I could always draw her out on was her love for Golem. They were married in 1967, I think, and sadly, Golem only passed away last year in 2024. it was a lifelong loving relationship, loving marriage. And it gave great strength to Mahnaz in the work that she did. She drew on Golem for his own wisdom, for his own activities, for his own legacy, which is part of her collective legacy now. And that was important. When we would meet in more recent years, we would often start, Mahnaz and myself, looking at photos of grandchildren. She was a loving mother, a loving grandmother. I mean, I shouldn't say was, is a loving mother and grandmother. It's difficult sometimes to speak as warmly as you'd like to about somebody that you know is quite shy about herself and probably gets embarrassed when people say a lot of things that I really want to say about Mahnaz. So I hope we will raise a glass later to what I would call a life very well lived and a legacy very well worth celebrating. And I look forward, Mahnaz, to doing both with you. Thank you very much.
Well, with those extraordinary and well-felt words, deservedly from Mahnaz, our program is closing, but our journey is but continuing, a journey together. I want to thank all of our speakers for enlightening us, for sharing with us their knowledge and their experiences. And thank you to all of you for joining us for this long program, but fascinating program. It's been an intensive process getting to this day, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the village that made it possible. From the library, Kathleen Scalera, Keith Gorman, and John Zarillo. From the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security, Rebecca Turkington, Michelle Brady, Rebecca Rattle, Helen Rocker, Sarah Rutherford, Lexi Goppin, and frankly, the whole staff has been involved in this and bringing us to this moment. And I want to thank in a special way also Kelly Shannon for her expert moderation, but also for her advice throughout and for helping so incredibly with the booklet. And Mahnaz, what can I say? A great big thank you from all of us for all that you've done, and yes, for all that you will continue to do, and for this amazing archives that will live for decades and decades to come. Thank you.